while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I just took a bite of my focaccia.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. After the Giants close out the series 5-3, winning the series 2-1. Nice day at the ballpark where Copes was, now isn't. So he got to witness a win. And today we're going to talk a little basketball today. We'll talk Giants, but we're going to have Bruce Jenkins on, Gary St. Jean on. I had a chance to catch up with PJ Carlesimo a little earlier on. Of course, we talked about the finals, but a lot of today we'll talk about Jerry West, and the guests will talk about Jerry West. When you talk about an icon, he was an icon, and he passed away today at the age of 86. I mean, he's a damn logo. And Adam Silver put it best, and he had on Twitter a statement that said he was uncomfortable being the logo. And that's typical. He goes typical Jerry, and that was typical Jerry West. Like, he just didn't want that. He didn't like people bringing it up. It just made him uncomfortable to talk about stuff like that and being the logo. You're talking about a guy, I think, 14-time All-Star, 10, maybe 12-time All-NBA first team, All-Defensive team, the only player in the history of the game. And I know this probably made him feel uncomfortable, to be the MVP of the finals on a losing team. And the interesting fact about that is 10 years before that was in 69. In 59, he was the most valuable player of the Final Four, and they didn't win that.
They lost the national championship to Cal by a point, 71-70. How about that?
And he was the MVP.
Now, here's something I didn't know, Tom, and reading, and we're going to talk about Jerry West all afternoon long. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday. I did not know. And this actually changes a little bit, I think, in the scope of what the Finals MVP was, because they kept going year after year. They kept losing to the Celtics and kept losing to the Celtics. That was the first year of the Finals MVP, 1969. He was the first.
Really?
I didn't know that. He was the first ever winner. I'd read that, and I thought I glossed over it. I went back and looked. It was established that season. So he earned it for a losing team, but it was almost like another nod as like the best player in the league chip. You know what I mean? Like, it was he was the logo. He was named Mr. Clutch. Right, I mean, but to win the first ever Finals MVP, you cross paths with him in your time just calling games and your time in the league?
Yeah, we used to do these things at KNBR where it ended up being a kind of a dinner thing, and they'd raise money, and you'd have to pay, I don't know, a couple $100 or whatever for a ticket. And you would go, and it'd be like Murph did a lot of them with a lot of the baseball guys, where you'd sit up on stage.
I remember these things,
and take questions and interview them for 45 minutes to an hour.
Lee Hammer loved these things, man.
Yes, and I did two of them. I did one with Mully, and I did one with Jerry West, and just to sit next to a guy like that, he was so gracious and. Just being around him, you're like, God, I'm just around like greatness. And the great thing about Jerry West was, like, he didn't look at himself that way. He never did. And there couldn't have been a more perfect title for an autobiography than My Charmed, Tormented Life, because that's how he lived. Like, he was always searching for perfection and always wanted perfection. And when he didn't get it and it didn't happen, that was the tormented part. But, I mean, how hard is perfection to reach? Like, really, really, really hard. And if you ever reach it, then it's fleeting. Then it goes. And Jerry was another guy who was one of the greatest of all time, but just wanted to be a part of the team. Like, he He wanted to be a part of the team. I'm not saying he doesn't have an ego. I mean, everybody has an ego, of course. But I know that, like, it was funny and we'll talk about this later on, but the series Showtime, how he was depicted, which was completely off base. But one of the funny parts was when he threw his finals MVP trophy through the window in the offices, and I was like, Jerry West wouldn't have that there. Like, there's no way Jerry West would want to be reminded that
he's got it sitting up there, but then that's when he lost his mind. Was years later he threw it through.
That he won an MVP. Like, he'd be the last guy that would want to be reminded he won an MVP on a losing team, because he just could not beat the Celtics. They could not beat the Celtics. And I know that drove him absolutely crazy. And then he was an eight-time champ as an executive, Lakers and Warriors, and built the Grizzlies into a really good basketball team. So he was just somebody that you felt like when you talked to, you were almost around a living museum of, like, basketball. And you could talk to him about, like, 60s basketball and all those great players, and then, you know, his coaching career, and then all of a sudden he's an executive, and he brings in Kobe and brings in Shaq and drafts Worthy and drafts. I mean, you go on with this guy. Built a couple different iterations of great Laker teams. So just, you know, it's brutal. You lose Walton a week or so ago, and then Jerry West goes, and I know, you know, you get to that point of your life where all the guys you looked up to growing up, and whether they were people you watched, people you read about, people you knew about, people that were your peers, you know, start passing away. And it's sad, because I loved being up there with him and asking him questions, and then taking questions from the crowd, and just hearing him talk about his experiences in the NBA. But the one thing that's pretty clear, like, he was not a big, like, let me talk about myself guy. He did not want to talk about himself. He always wanted to talk about the team and those kind of things. And he talked about, I remember him talking about all the losses of the Celtics and how that just ate him up, just absolutely ate him up, that they could not get past the Celtics to win a finals. So, I mean, a great player. And he's one of those guys that I always look and go, oh, you think guys in the 60s, like in early 70s, couldn't play in today's game? Jerry West could have played today's game, and he could have been a great player in today's game. There is no doubt in my mind that Jerry West would have been a great player in today's game. But just a gentleman, too. Absolute class act. I think anybody that probably has met him or come across him will tell you, just a class act. And they're better off for being around Jerry West.
Is the NHL logo modeled after somebody?
Boy, that's a good question.
Because there's a lot of debate, and there has been, I think, for years.
I mean, I'd say Gordie Howe, but I can't even imagine. I'm not even getting a clear, like the NBA logo. You have an absolutely clear
exactly
image. A guy dribbling, and he's kind of leaning a little bit, and like, you know, like in your mind, you can picture it. I can kind of picture the NHL logo, but yeah, I don't know who it. I mean, if I guessed, I would just guess Gordie Howe, but I mean, that would just be an absolute wild guess, because he was one of the best players ever. But did they say who it is or who it might be?
I don't know. I was just asking if you knew off the top of your head. I'll take a look here. Like, who is the NHL logo? Tim, if you want to do a little research there. Just because Jerry West being the logo, it makes, I mean, it carries weight to me across sports. Baseball people have always said, oh, that's Harmon Killebrew. It was modeled after Harmon Killebrew stance, the baseball logo, and it's not. Major League Baseball's logo is not modeled after Harmon Killebrew. It was done to be ambiguous, because if you look at it, you actually cannot tell, is it a right-handed hitter or a left-handed hitter? It's just a hitter. You can be you can be a guy facing this way or a guy facing that way with the ball coming in. The NHL is just a shield. I thought there was a hockey guy. Is there not? No? There you go. The NHL is just a shield. The NFL is a shield.
Yeah, I thought there was a maybe that's why I can't get in the NHL. Maybe that's why I can't get a good picture of my head, because there isn't one.
No, there isn't one. So I mean, that's not only that. I mean, him being the only guy to represent a logo. Now, I don't know about the WNBA logo. I'm thinking of the first four major sports: NFL, NBA, NHL, and MLB. But for me, you say logo, the logo. That's who that is. It's like you were saying yesterday, game of inches. Now everything is referred to as a game of inches. You say the logo, that's one guy. That's one person. Jerry West,
one guy,
passed away today at the age of 68. He was born May 28th. 1938 in West Virginia, became one of the top standouts at East Bank High School. He had a lot of college interest naturally across the nation. Decided to stay at West Virginia, where you pointed out, Tom. In 1959, he led the Mountaineers to a national championship game where they lost 71-70 to California, to Cal. and he was named the most outstanding player in the Final Four. 10 years later, he becomes the first ever Finals MVP on a losing team. He was selected number 2 in the 1960 draft by the Minneapolis Lakers. Then they relocate to Los Angeles. But he went on, by the way, in 1960. That same year, he went on and won a gold medal. Played along before he played his first NBA game. So he was still technically an amateur, right, before they had professionals in the Olympics. He teamed with Oscar Robertson, Walt Bellamy, and Jerry Lucas to lead the U.S.
Not a bad team.
To a gold medal in Rome. Ready for this? Crushing opponents by an average of 42.5 points a game. that was a dream team before a dream team, and they were just college kids, right, getting ready to enter the league, which is pretty crazy.
I guarantee this, too, about Jerry West. If I would have asked him, I don't know if I ever asked him, but if I would have asked him, do you think a player, whether it be Final Four or Finals in the NBA, a player on a losing team should win the MVP? I guarantee he would say no. Nope, that should be on the winning team. And I would agree with him. Like, I don't think that I don't care what you do, because obviously it wasn't enough. If you're on the losing team, you just, in my opinion, that just disqualifies you. I don't care what your stats.
What if you're
say.
A pitcher? Is there a case if you're a pitcher?
Nope. You got to.
You throw 3 perfect games in a World Series and you lose 4-3.
Yeah, you know what? Well, we're going to remember that. Guess what? I'll take that. I don't need your MVP at that point. I'm like,
we debate that for generations.
I'm good to
debate
go.
that thing for how do they not give 3 perfect games in one World Series?
The rest of your team must really suck.
Yeah, dude, really.
You can't win one game.
You won those games 1-0 on an error, right?
You can't win one of those games. You can't win any other game. But no, that is now. Of course, there are cases.
Yeah, of course. That's the only time I think about it. But
I think he averaged like 40-something points a game in the finals. Like, I mean, he was, I think I have that right, but he was incredible. 44 is the number I want to say, but that seems pretty high. But he was just, like, incredible in 69. But still, you're on the losing team. To me, you got to be on the winning team to win an award like that. I don't care how incredible your accomplishments are, and I would bet a significant amount of money that he would absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, in 1969, they lose the finals. Was that a 7-game series, too? Yeah, it was a 7-game series. He played 43.9 minutes a game, and he averaged, points-wise, 37.9.
Okay,
so he averaged 38 points a game, 7.5 assists, and 4.5 rebounds per game.
Pretty good.
We'll continue to discuss and remember the life and legacy of Jerry West, because it affected the team we all care about here in the Bay Area, the Golden State Warriors. Jerry West passes away at the age of 68. We'll run through some more of his accolades, and we got to talk about his impact on the Warriors, because he's a major, if not the reason, Klay Thompson hung around Golden State and was not traded away. Where would the Warriors dynasty be without the guidance of a guy like Jerry West? And I don't think a lot of us, when he was here, understood the impact that he was having, not just on the organization, but on Bob Myers and his fingerprints on the organization. We'll talk more about that next, only here on The Sports Leader. The logo of the NBA, Jerry West, passed away at the age of 86. West was instrumental in the front office of the Lakers and Warriors championship teams. Stay tuned all day long to KNBR as we honor his legend.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lakers trying to pressure the inbounds pass, and it comes into Walt Frazier with 10 seconds now showing on the clock. 8 seconds left to go on the clock. 7, 6, 5. DeBusschere shoots. Hit with 3 seconds to go. 2 seconds. 1 second. West throws it up. He makes it. West threw it up and makes it. Over half court. The ball game is tied. Jerry West made it from the other side of the midcourt stripe.
Remembering Jerry West, who passed away at the age of 86 years old. Jerry West, that was a 60-foot shot to tie the game in regulation against the Knicks back on April 29th, 1970. And one of the, it's funny because, not funny, haha, but like funny in that, we have a lot of fun on the show. We goof around, and I think all of us, regardless of the facts and the truth of it, really enjoyed the Winning Time show. We're watching that Clippers show now, which is, it's Clippers versus Lakers, so it's obviously a step down. You know what I mean? It's not quite the same quality. It's Hulu versus HBO Max or whatever. But anybody maybe my age or younger, I mean, I don't know that you remember watching him play, but you know the magnitude of Jerry West and who he is and what he meant to the game of basketball. And his, I mean, he may have been the first big basketball executive outside of Auerbach that people were paying attention to because he made the transition from player into that role as coach and then executive. But it's unfair that so many people are going to remember or think that that's their lasting image of that's the guy that Jerry West was from that show Winning Time. So I think it's a good thing that we're talking to so many people today. Gary St. Jean's going to join us at 4:30. PJ, you spoke to for a while. We'll play that for you at 4:50. And Bruce Jenkins, a great voice to have on today. Anytime you have a legendary player or athlete to talk about, Bruce Jenkins is a great guy. But we've had fun with those clips. But it is sad that there are some people that will remember that as the image of Jerry West, which is untrue. He spent his 14-year NBA playing career with the Lakers, scoring 25,192 points. That trails only Kobe Bryant's 33-6 for the most in team history. So it took until Kobe for somebody to top him. He made the All-Star game, ready? Every season of his career. He's one of 10 players to make 10 all-first NBA teams. And again, we mentioned he was the Finals MVP in 1969, a series in which they lost, but he was the first ever player to be named a Finals MVP, still the only one to be on a team in which they lost. He reached the Finals as a player 9 times, but is known for just that one title in 1972. Bob Myers at his goodbye press conference before he retired or left the Warriors organization. He spoke about Jerry West. We have that audio for you from last year. Here's Bob Myers leaving the Warriors in his exit presser talking about Jerry West.
When Joe hired Jerry, I knew Jerry, and getting to work with him was a joy. One of the best things I've ever gotten to do. Learning from him, but mostly just getting to know him. What an amazing guy. Forget about the basketball side of him, just as a person. And Joe and I getting to know him and sharing his energy and passion. It's hard to watch a game with Jerry because he's competitive. But I passed that on to Kirk and some other people. A few years in, I said, he's too much to watch a game with.
I bet.
For those people that don't remember, when he was with the Lakers, anyway, and look, a lot of owners and GMs are very public now. You'll see them sitting courtside, or you'll see them sitting second, third row.
Cameras on him in the suites all the time. Yeah,
Jerry was always in the tunnel. He always kind of just hid in the tunnel. Like, he didn't want anything to be about him. Like, let me just hide in the tunnel. And I think part of it was because he probably would have anxiety, like, just watching the game. Like, again, that's the striving for perfection part. He probably, not probably, he watched the game differently than all of us, even myself, and I know the game. But he saw everything, and if you weren't doing things that, like, made sense to him or the way they should be done, he would get really frustrated with those type of things. And that's probably part of why he didn't coach. His record wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. I think I read it was like 140 and 100, right around there. So, I mean, it was pretty good. But playing for him probably would have been a nightmare because he just, that's playing for great players is hard to do because they played the game a certain way. Most people can't play it that way. Most people don't see the things they see. and it's hard. It probably is frustrating for them that you can't see what they see. It's like, well, if I saw what you saw and I could do what you did, I'd probably still be playing. Like but I can't. So help me out. And I think that probably frustrated him a little bit. And then being in it and just being as competitive as he was, like you're talking about a super, super competitive guy. PJ Carlesimo has a funny story about him golfing with Jerry West, like how competitive he is and how like one little thing is like, this isn't good enough. This isn't good enough. So you mentioned, look, the show was fun. I liked watching Showtime. I've said it before. I'll say it again for those people that didn't hear me when I said it. That was not Jerry West. Like, that was a funny character, no doubt about it. Great lines, stuff like that. We play him on here all the time. But that's not Jerry West. That's like just a character. It could have been. It could have been Jerry Tolbert. It could have been Jerry. I don't know why I thought. I don't know why.
Is that you, Tolbert? Yeah, why are you?
I thought of Jerry Blevins. That's Jeremy Blevins. But it could have been anybody. Because it could have just been a fictional GM. Because that wasn't Jerry West. It just wasn't. That's not in any way, shape, or form had anything to do with Jerry West and who he was as a person. And everybody will tell you that knows Jerry West even a little bit, like I know him. And I didn't really know him, but I knew people. He's around the league, and he's just one of those guys that, like Bill Walton, but in a much different way, is just bigger than life. Like when you think of the icons of the NBA, he's one of them. Like he is right there. Again, you see him on the backboard every single game. There he is, Jerry West. And he walks into a room. It's just different. I love being around him. That wasn't him, no doubt about it. But the career he had and the mark he left on basketball and the mark he left on the Warriors, think how instrumental he was in not trading Klay for Kevin Love. Like, he was part of the other side of that. I know Steve was part of that. I think Travis Schlenk was part of that. And there was another group that really wanted to make that trade because they kept thinking of the pick-and-roll possibilities between Steph and Kevin Love. And what they didn't think about was, okay, how does this work defensively for us? Or does it work defensively for us? Because with Klay, the backcourt we have is going to be dynamic. And remember, at that point, they weren't the Warriors as we know them. That was before their first championship in 2015. So it wasn't like, hey, we're breaking up a dynasty here. They're trying to win their first championship. But Jerry was adamant. I'd heard this before. I don't know if it's true or not, but Jerry said he's going to quit if they make that trade. Like, I'm out. You make this trade, I'm done. And
that's the noted report. So
yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he told him that. So look, I'm out. You make this trade, I'm done. I mean, Jerry just sees things a certain way. And he was the one that was behind drafting Klay. And I don't know what he saw in Klay. I mean, he's a great shooter at Washington State, no doubt about it. But nobody guessed he was going to be a two-way star. No, he didn't play that type of defense at Washington State. And all of a sudden, I guess they saw something in him that if he was challenged and could get to the point where they could get him to play defense, he had the type of body, the type of competitive spirit that he would be able to do it. And he did. And a lot of it is, a lot of scouting, a lot of drafting is projecting. What is this guy going to be in 4 years? Not what he is now, but what's he going to be in 4 years? And Jerry was really, really good at doing that. Who knows if Shaq even goes to the Lakers if he's not there? I have no idea. Lakers are the Lakers. There's no doubt about it. But having Jerry West there as a closer, that's a pretty strong pull because anybody that plays basketball, anybody that's around basketball knows the pull of Jerry West and just knows the gravitas that guy has about him. So, yeah, sad day. Great player. And I think I'm a little bit young, like to have seen him live, obviously, and watch him. The games weren't on TV as much back then.
He retired in what, like 72 or 73?
Yeah. So I was super young, but I knew. I kind of knew. I started following sports, when I was around 10, maybe a little younger than that. So, I knew of Jerry West, but I didn't really know him as a player. But sometimes you forget, like, how great these players are, and it gets lost a little bit how great any sport, baseball, basketball, football, hockey. Like, you just think of them as guys that, well, yeah, I know they're great, but they probably were, look who they're playing against. There weren't as many teams in the league. Greatness transcends. I've always said that. If you're a great player in one era, you can be a great player in another era. I have no doubt about that. But again, this guy was a great basketball player and a great executive. Hell, he's getting inducted into the Hall of Fame twice. How many people get inducted?
No, Tom, 3 times.
Oh, three times. I'm sorry. Yeah. How many people get inducted twice, let alone 3 times? Yeah, we're going to induct you again. You deserve to be in one more time. Like, we'll wait. He probably even thought that was ridiculous. Like, well, what are we doing? I'm already in there. What do I need to do? And I'm going to go again as an exec. Like, just once is good, guys. I don't need to go in 3 times, but it just shows you what people thought of him too, and how they looked at his career. It was quite accomplished.
The way it goes down is he's been inducted, or he will be by the end of this year in October. It'll be the 3rd time he's been inducted into the Naismith Hall of Fame. 2 previous times, in 1980 for his playing career. In 2010 as part of that 1960 Olympic gold medal team, which we just told you about, was blowing teams out by an average of 42.5 points a game in Rome on their way to a gold medal. And he'll be inducted as an executive. The ceremony will be held this October. So a contributor and an executive, he will go into the Hall of Fame for a 3rd time, which is pretty incredible. So he retired after the 73-74 season, which, by the way, All-Star that year, as we said, an All-Star every season of his career.
Yep.
And this is something we didn't even mention either. He was first-team All-Defense 5 times.
Yep.
All-Defensive team 5 times. And I don't think he ever won a league MVP, but he had 1, 2, 3 top 5th-place finishes. He had a 3rd-place finish, and he had 4 second-place finishes, including a 6th-place finish. So he finished in the top 5 or 6 for MVP in 8 or 9 years of his career, which is pretty incredible. Retired at the age of 35, averaged over 20 a game, and still had 6.5 assists to offer up to his teammates. He was promoted to general manager in 1982. You were talking about that. He held that position until 2000, won 4 titles, drafted James Worthy, A.C. Green, Vlade Divac, Derek Fisher. He orchestrated the trade for Kobe Bryant and signed Shaquille O'Neal in free agency. And we've got a story about that we'll let you hear just a little bit later. But you were talking about his impact on the Warriors. So he joins the Warriors in 2011 as an executive board member, reporting directly to Joe Lacob and Peter Guber. Good move, by the way. If you're going to buy a basketball team that's never gotten it done or hasn't gotten it done since 75, who do we get to help us set this thing straight? Why don't we get the guy who's done this in the past? General managers Larry Riley and Bob Myers credit Jerry West in the drafting of Klay Thompson in 2012. To your point, Tom, 3 years later, the Warriors were prepared to trade Klay Thompson to bring in Kevin Love. West was so firm in his position that he threatened to leave the franchise if they traded Klay. Steve Kerr agreed with Jerry West, stayed with the Warriors, won the championship. Today, Klay put on his social media, "I'm going to miss Mr. West, a true pioneer of basketball and one of them goats." I like that. One of them goats. Jerry stayed with the organization until after their 2nd championship in 2017 before leaving for the Clippers that summer. Would the Warriors have been a dynasty? I think it's pretty set in stone here. I think they would have made that trade of Klay Thompson if not for Jerry West, if he weren't so staunch in his stance or trade of Klay Thompson. And,
definite possibility.
And I can't imagine you win 4 if there's any different factors in what they've just had.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's hard to go back and say what would have happened had he not been there. Certainly, he was instrumental in drafting Klay. So he had a vested interest in keeping him. I think Steve carried a lot of weight, too, because that's right when Steve took over. And I think Steve said, look, this is a team I signed up to coach. This is the team I want to coach. This is a team that I think can win. I think we're better with Klay and not making this trade. Like, when you agree to coach a team, that's the team you're agreeing to coach. You don't want to agree to coach a team, then all of a sudden, well, here's your team. It's a different team. So I think that was Steve's point. Like, let me coach this team. And everything turned out well. But yes, you have the weight of Jerry West on your side, and he agrees, and he says no. And then you just hired him a couple years earlier. You're going to turn around and do something that, like, you don't have to do everything that Jerry says. But when Jerry says, yeah, if you do that, I'm quitting, that probably lets you know how passionately he believes in Klay Thompson and how passionately he believes in that team with Klay Thompson. Remember, Kevin Love was a damn good player back then. Like, he was a much different player. He was a double-double machine. Not that double-doubles mean everything, but, he'd get you 23, 24, 14, 15 rebounds. I mean, he was a stud. Wasn't great defensively, and that certainly would have hurt. I'm not sure what they would have done with Draymond, because Kevin Love's a 4. I mean, how does that whole thing work now? Does Draymond become who Draymond is if Kevin Love all of a sudden is part of the team? How do they work that out? Because ostensibly it would have been Kevin Love at 4 and Bogues at 5, and then Draymond coming off the bench. So yeah, a lot of things could have gone differently. And you're probably right. I obviously, we have no data to suggest otherwise, or any data to suggest that it would have or wouldn't have, because you can't go back. But Jerry West, his track record. Look at his track record and the moves he's made and how he's put teams together. I mean, he went down to Memphis, and he wasn't looking for a soul to steal, though. No. That wasn't Memphis.
He was looking to get into a Western Conference final.
Yeah. But they were good. I think he might have drafted Pau Gasol. I could be wrong on that, but I think he might have drafted Pau Gasol.
You mean Marcus?
Maybe Marc Gasol.
I think Pau was much earlier.
Was he much earlier?
I think so. Was he?
You could be right. You could be right on that.
Was he at Memphis after the Warriors or before the Warriors?
He was at Memphis before the Warriors.
Then he might have drafted Pau. You might be right. He could have drafted both. And then traded the rights to the Lakers.
Yeah.
Not the Lakers. The Lakers flipped.
Yeah, because Pau was like an all-star center with Memphis. That's who he was. That's who he was drafted by, and that's kind of what turned them around, having Pau Gasol. So I'd have to look to make sure, but I thought he did.
You might be right. I think it went the other way. I think the Lakers had Marc Gasol's rights, and I think they acquired Pau for the rights of Marc Gasol. I think they traded brothers for each other.
Yeah, I think you're
different,
right.
But I think you're right.
I think they drafted Pau. Pau went to the Lakers. They got the rights for Mark, and then Mark went. It's a whole weird, brother trade, which is kind of wild to think about. But yeah, absolutely. I think he probably helped them kind of get their footing in what they were doing. And the one thing Jerry is not short on is opinions. Jerry's going to share his opinion with you. He's going to let you know how he feels. And that's exactly what you want from a guy like that. And he always felt like he wanted to be needed, too. Like, if you're going to have me here, use me. Like, I'm going to give you my opinion on stuff, and you take it or leave it. And if you leave it too many times and Jerry will say, well, you're not valuing my opinion, then I'll just go somewhere else then. And to someone who does value my opinion. But why wouldn't you value it? Jerry West. I mean, look at his resume. Of course you should value Jerry West's opinion, because he's done it and he did it for a long, long time. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of every once in a while I do this. It really doesn't serve a purpose at all. But I go back and think, like, okay, what if they make that trade? What happens? Not only what happens to the Warriors, does Draymond end up starting ever? Like, how does he start? Where does he start? If Steve goes to New York and not to Golden State, if Stan Van Gundy goes to Golden State, like, there's so many
Steph instead of Johnny Flynn.
Yeah, there's so many things that you look back and go, God, if one little thing would have been wrong. I don't know if Jerry was that thing that tied it all together, but I think that was one of their better decisions early on. Like, they realized, hey, let's get someone in here who's done it, knows what he's doing. And remember, Bob Myers, I think, not only was he a first-time GM, I want to say he'd only been with the organization maybe 1 year, 2 years under Larry Riley. So it wasn't like he was a seasoned vet as a general manager back then. Like, this was all new to him. And having a guy like Jerry to be able to bounce stuff off. What do you see here? What are you looking at here? What do you think of this guy? What do you think of this? That's invaluable stuff. Because then after Jerry leaves and goes to the Clippers, you still retain that knowledge. It's like going to a master class. Like, you skip all the early, you just go learn from Jerry West. And being able to learn from Jerry West certainly benefited the organization. And then when Jerry decided he was going to leave, they still had all that accumulated knowledge, and were able to put it to use going forward. So I thought, they did some great stuff there. There's no doubt. I thought the trade for Bogues was great. Hiring Steve was incredible. Bringing in Bob Myers was inspired. But one of the smarter things they ever did was bringing Jerry West to a group that really never been in the NBA before. Bob Myers hadn't. Steve Kerr was really young, although Jerry was before Steve. But you get a lot of guys there that it hadn't done what they were doing, And just having him there to lend his experience. I mean, we're talking like 40 years of experience at that time and 30 years of NBA executive experience at that time. Somebody tell me a better executive. I mean, there may be one out there in any sport. Like, there may be one out there somewhere, because I'm just coming off the top of my head. And if anybody has one, go ahead and throw them up there. But I'm off the top of my head, I'm trying to think of a better executive, and it's hard to come up with one.
Let me ask you this. If you were around today, do you think you'd bring back Klay?
Ooh, that's a great question. That is a great question.
He's not one for soft and
he is not.
And cuddly.
He is not.
He's like, I don't. If you can't help us now,
yeah.
Like, is this the right move?
Boy, I can't even answer that.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
But I think you're right in that he's not a sentimental type. He's not this would be for sentimental reasons. We're going to bring everybody back and have one last hurrah and let everybody get their flowers and everybody get their cheers and opening warm-ups, and it'll be warm and fuzzy and everybody can remember the championships of the past. Like Jerry was about like the now, the future, like how are we going to win now? How are we going to do that? How are we going to get better now? How are we going to win a championship now? And that's kind of where he was geared. So I don't know. I don't think it'd be an either or, but like we've been talking about Klay, it's like, okay, what's it going to cost? Because that's really what it comes down to. Because it's funny. I told Tim, it's funny that in our promo we said Tom's been very strong in his opinions on Klay Thompson. He'll ask PJ Carlesimo. Guess what? I didn't ask PJ Carlesimo that. So I love when we do promos
they project what's happened
without asking me what I might ask or maybe even listen to it and what was asked. Like Tom's going to ask. No, Tom's not going to ask him because Tom didn't ask him that. So
also the promo says like Tom has some strong feelings. You're also like they might be better off depending.
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't saying they are better off. I'm just saying they might be better off without him. Because
Tom says Klay's gone on the sports leader.
Exactly. Look, there's a lot that goes into that, right? And Jerry would understand that. Jerry would understand, like, if he's going to come back for $15 million, hell yeah, I want Klay back. Yes, I want Klay back. If he's going to come back for that type of money, 100%.
You ruined the tease, damn it.
100%. I want Klay on my team, no doubt about it. For 30, then it becomes like, well, nah, I don't know that I want him for that much. Because before, when Klay was younger, right, it was all about like max him out, boom, he's worth it, get him on the team, we need him on the team to win. Well, now it's a different story, and I think Jerry understood all those things. It's not just about whether you want a guy back. You can want a guy back and then look at the realities and go, well, for that, I don't know that works for us because of his skill set nowadays. So, yeah, I think Jerry would look at it that way. He looks at stuff practically. Again, I don't think he's a very sentimental person when it comes to winning basketball. It's like, how are we going to win? How do we get to the point where we're going to win? And that goes back to the Kevin Love trade. Like, how are we going to win? This is our best chance to win. Then not, I drafted Klay, I want to keep Klay because I know we're better with Klay. That's why I want to keep Klay. So, just a unique individual, no doubt. I can't imagine there's ever going to be anybody like him again. That you look at all his accolades as a player, and then that transitions to all the accolades in the front office. I don't know that anybody would want to do that again. Like, if you're that great a player.
Like, Hall of Fame player to Hall of Fame caliber GM, like, is John Lynch having a good start? You know what I mean? Like, he's a Hall of Fame player, but again, it's a different sport. It's a different.
I mean, John Lynch has got a long way to go.
Yeah, he'd have to get like 8 championships to get.
But as good as John Lynch was, he's not Jerry West.
No, of course not.
I mean, he's not, and it's hard to compare basketball to football because football there's so many different positions, and it's hard to even compare positions in football. Like, can I compare a great safety and a great running back?
Not
like, who's
at all.
better?
No.
Like, well, I don't know. They're different positions. Basketball, it's easier. Like, they do different things, but it's easier for me to compare.
Sure.
Let's say Wilt and Jerry West. Like, who was better? You can at least have that argument because they're on the court together. They're doing the same stuff.
Now, off the court, I got to go with
you're
Wilt.
You're gonna have no doubt.
Yeah, no doubt.
You're gonna have to go a long way to come up with somebody who was as accomplished as he was as a player, and then as accomplished as he was as an executive. Because, again, I think most guys are so wealthy now, they don't want to grind for 25, 30 years, and they don't have that competitive desire to grind for 25, 30 years being a GM. And being a GM, for a guy like Jerry West, I can only imagine how hard it was for him. Because once the game starts, it's out of your control. And Jerry never struck me as somebody that liked to have things out of his control. Like, he liked to have control of the situation. But once the game starts, I mean, hell, that's why Billy Beane was driving around Treasure Island. It's like nerve-wracking. That's why he was hiding in the tunnel. Not hiding per se, but just kind of in the tunnel. Like, you know, if he gets a little upset, he could walk back in the back and not be in plain sight. It's got to be hard to want control over certain things. And then the most important part of the sport, the game itself, you don't have control over. But I mean, again, I don't know that unless there's somebody can think of that had that type of career and that type of executive career. I doubt that's ever going to be accomplished again.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon. I've told everybody that on Friday we have a big show guest on Friday, and it's fitting that it is Friday. Ice Cube in studio on Friday, 3 o'clock to 3:30.
Yo, what's cracking? This your homeboy Ice Cube, and you're listening to the Talbert and Copes Show. You know how I go.
He's going to join the show in studio on Friday because Big 3 basketball is opening its 2024 season with 6 games at Oakland Arena on Saturday. That's this Saturday, June 15th. While you're there, Big 3 will randomly pick people from the audience to participate in a free throw competition with Bay Area legend Rick Barry. The contest will happen in between games, and you can hear more about it Friday, 3 o'clock to 3:30 when Ice Cube is in studio right here on the Sports Leader. All right, we do our sound soiree, some of the best sounds from across sports that you might have missed. We've done a sound swore Klay. We've done a sound swore Jay. We're going to do a sound swore West, which, again, doesn't work in terms of the rhyme. They think it's clever. They think it's witty. It's neither, but it is great sound.
Clever. It's witty.
The sound swore West is next on the Sports Leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's sports leader.
Rick Barry, Larry Riley, and Scott Ostler joined Murph and Marcus this morning to honor the memory of the late Jerry West. Listen to those podcasts. They're all available now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Giants, by the way, win their series against the Houston Astros. I saw somebody tweet out they've won 8 of their last 11 series. How about that for the Giants? They came under 500. The Padres came back and beat the A's, I saw, down in San Diego to complete the sweep. So Giants still a half game back of San Diego, but a home off day tomorrow, and then back in action on Friday against Tom's Halos. But we will get back into baseball a little bit later, or tomorrow, actually. Jerry West passed away today at the age of 86, and so we've been talking a lot about his career and legacy and impact on the Golden State Warriors dynasty and the Lakers dynasties and many other franchises. But we've got some sound. Steve Kerr today checked in. Tom, your buddy Steve, checked in on Jerry West and obviously worked closely with him as the architect of the Warriors dynasty. And Steve, the head coach, here's what he had to say about remembering Jerry West.
This morning we learned of Jerry West's passing, and on behalf of the Golden State Warriors and my family, I want to send our deepest condolences to Karen West, to Johnny, to Michelle, to the entire West family. Our love and our thoughts are with you today. It's such a sad day. Jerry lived an incredible life, clearly one of the great figures in NBA history, one of the greatest players of all time, one of the greatest executives ever, and of course, one of the architects of the Golden State Warriors past decade, in which we've won 4 titles. Jerry played a big role in those titles and also in my life, my experience as a coach. He was a valued mentor, someone I called once a month every season for his thoughts and his advice. He was a wonderful man, wonderful mentor, and I'm so thankful to have gotten to know him later in his life. Again, our thoughts and condolences to the West family. Very sad day for them, of course, and for the entire NBA. We love you, Jerry, and rest in peace.
Obviously, his dog Lulu feels the same way. Since I heard her in the background, yeah. I mean, look, that says it all. Like Steve's basically saying how much he meant to him, and by extension, meant to the organization. And I bet you, if you ask the Clippers, people that were there when he was with the Clippers, they would say the same thing. Lakers, same thing. Grizzlies, same thing. Like just how invaluable this guy was to what the franchises were doing. I mean, look at the Lakers, the LA Lakers, not the Minneapolis Lakers. But Jerry won 1 as a player. They didn't win any until 80. And I think Jerry was a scout maybe at that time. I think he might have been a scout.
Yeah, he was 82 was when he was promoted to general manager.
Yeah. So you win 1. And look, Magic had, I'm always going to say the players have more to do that with than the GMs and executives, but they're the ones that bring them there, and they're the ones that hire the coaches. And he was also an assistant with Riley for a little bit. I just don't think he loved. I don't think he loved coaching. Or maybe Riley was his assistant. That's what. Now I'm getting it all confused. That damn show's got me all screwed up, like timeline wise. But you think of what they accomplished, before Jerry got there, and the Laker dynasty as we know it really kind of took off in the 80s. That's when it really kind of took off, and then rekindled in the 90s, the Shaq Kobe version of the dynasty, and then Kobe and Gasol. He was gone by then. But they won later on in the early 2000s, I think 9, 10, 8, 9, something like that, 7, 9. But he was a massive, massive part of that. Like I'm trying to think of another player / executive that has had that much of an impact on one franchise. Because while they only won 1 when he was a player, they're still a dominant team. They just ran into, the most dominant team of all time.
Does Bill Russell get any run there because he's coach, not executive? I mean,
I don't know how many he won as a coach executive. Like he was a player coach at one time.
Yeah.
Which is wild to think of. I would have to. Yeah. I mean, Russell's always going to be up there. There's no doubt about it. I mean, when you talk about, he's the ultimate winner. Like, you talk about team sport winner, there's nobody that matches Bill Russell. I mean, that's just, that's case closed. But as far as like extended like player and executive, I'm not sure that I don't know how many he won. I mean, look, the man has enough rings for two hands, and then one, I think is what it was.
He won two as a coach.
Two as a coach?
67, 68, and then he back-to-back.
How crazy. Like, when he won as a player as a coach, did he get two rings? One as a coach, one as a player?
I don't think so. I think he just got the
one.
He should have.
Yeah, he should have gotten two rings. He should have got a ring for a coach, a ring for a player back then. But again, there's a few guys back in that era that immediately like just jump out at you. Like Wilt's one of them. Bill is the one. And then you start looking at like Oscar Robertson, Jerry West. I mean, Kareem came a little bit later. Like, he was later in the 60s, but he was dominant and started winning his MVPs, won a championship with the Bucks with Oscar Robertson. And there are other great players as well. But those are four, like you mentioned, and people are like, oh, yeah, I know who he is. I know who he is. No, yep, absolutely know who he is. And Jerry West is definitely one of those guys, absolutely.
How about Bill Russell? Only won championships when he was a player coach. His first season as player coach, he was 60-21, and they did not win the title. The second season, the next 2 years, they win NBA titles, and he's a player coach there. Pretty incredible.
That's really incredible.
More sound here from Jerry West and our Sound Swore West. Jerry West, this is an interesting one. This is in 2020. This is after Kobe passed away. This is on TNT after Kobe passes, and he tells the story of him telling Shaq about Kobe. Here he is.
And I told Shaquille, and I really remember this, I said, Shaquille, we just drafted a kid who's the best player in the draft. And I said, I know you got a lot of good players down in Orlando, but I said, we have better players here, and we have one that's going to be the best player in the league one day. Pretty bold statement to make, but to me it was obvious. Charles watching you, Dwayne watching you, Reggie watching you, Shaquille watching you, it was easy to identify. But I think the thing that resonates with me the most is his incredible career. This is a sad city right now. One person with one name, Kobe. You don't even have to mention his last name. And to see the pictures of him with his daughters, sitting at games, hugging them, to get a Christmas card from them every year, and to watch this incredible family grow and prosper. And now to see not one, but two, but three families gone. Saddest day of my life.
Damn. That was rough. That was rough.
That's hard to hear.
Goes to show you what he meant to. I mean, what Kobe meant to Jerry West. But I mean, think about that though. What he said.
How do you scout like that? I never understand.
It was obvious. Like, he's gonna be the best player in the league someday. He goes, bold statement, but you know, it was obvious.
It's obvious to me.
Obvious to you. I mean, this is a high school kid that Jerry said would be the best player in the league someday.
He was the best player in the draft right then. And that was a damn good draft, by the way, the 96 draft.
Yes.
Wasn't Iverson number one in that draft?
Man, I don't remember.
I think Ray Allen won that draft. It's a
pretty
incredible draft. So.
Yeah. And like, he was this is a no-brainer. Like, of course he's going to be the best player. Yeah, it's obvious. Like, he's going to be the best player in the league. Like, okay. You say so. He's 17. I don't know how you can tell what a 17... It's 17. How do you know what a 17-year-old's going to become? He knew. He knew that Kobe Bryant was going to be the best player in the league. Like, that's wild. That's like... I hate to use the term genius when you're talking about sports, but that's like genius-level stuff. Like, yeah, I'm going to be the best player in the league, of course. Really? Oh, yeah. You can't see it? Like, no.
Nobody else
should
can.
I?
No.
I don't know.
You see what the Warriors did? They got Fuller. He's like, look at them.
I feel ridiculous. I haven't seen it. Like, what are you talking about?
Here's one. Yeah, right. He's like, you moron. You watch basketball? Here's one more from Jerry West. Here's Jerry West last year. Here he is just calling players dogs. Here he is.
That's who I am, but I was not afraid. And today, again, I was getting at the players that are drafted today. And everyone, competitive people, The word dog comes up a lot. That guy's a dog. That guy, well, I was a wolf, okay? I used to eat dogs.
Hell yeah, Jerry. Hell yeah.
That's amazing.
Hell yeah. That's exactly it.
I love that quote.
Beautiful.
I eat dog.
That's your Sound Swar West for Wednesday, June 12th, 2024. How about this? Gary St. Jean going to join us. Coming up next, PJ Carlesimo at 4:50. The great Bruce Jenkins at 5:15. We'll get much deeper into the life and career and legacy of Jerry West. We'll talk a little bit of. Tom, I guess you'll have to tell us what you talked to PJ about. I don't want to project. Gary St. Jean though will join us live next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract for just $15 a month. You add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. That's Xfinity internet and Stream Saver for just $35 a month. Wow, good stuff. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead, binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X does indeed mark the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change. You love sports, you love high def, you love all the good stuff in one place. You will love Xfinity.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, our next guest was a head coach of the Sacramento Kings, Golden State Warriors. He was my assistant with the Golden State Warriors and one of my favorite people that I've ever been around in the game of basketball or outside the game of basketball, Coach Gary St. Jean. Saint, what's going on?
Well, Tom, I'd like to talk to you on a sunny, happy day in the Bay Area, but you know, our hearts are heavy.
No doubt about it.
You and I together, our days with the Warriors, I remember all of your family always coming to the Laker games, and every time we went there, to get to see Jerry West and talk to him and be around him, and then we fast forward to his years here with the Warriors. I I guess there's a lot of basketball fans that don't have the privilege that you and I have to go way back with him. And I go all the way back to black and white TV, watching him play against the Celtics when I was a little boy in Massachusetts, and watched his long career, and privileged to call him a friend. And we're gonna really celebrate a great life.
Well, tell us what you remember about him as a player, because I was too young. I've caught highlights and stuff, and I know how great he was, but you got a chance to watch him. And it's funny, Saint, I was saying earlier, for those people of maybe my generation, but even younger than me, tend to look at the older players and think, man, I don't know, how good could they have been because they played back before TV was in color, or maybe even before TV in some cases. But like, there are just some players that transcend eras. Like Jerry West would have been a great player in today's game, period. I don't think anybody that knows basketball would argue that. But tell us what you remember about him as a player and what made him so great.
Well, 6'4", and had a complete game. Now, what do we mean by that? You know, you look at that beautiful jump shot, and if somebody gets a chance to look at it, it's just picturesque. It's perfect. We call it the U shape with the elbow pointed and the wrist cocked, and the perfect follow-through. Yep. And could stop on a dime. His handle was perfect. He was a tremendous defender, Tom. And he competed at a unique level. I compare him to Bill Russell. And so with that said, he had the complete package. And he was amazing. And when I was a young guy, I got to know him with Nelly in 1978. But years before, watching him play, I can remember him being the MVP of the playoffs, and his team lost.
Yep.
And he averaged 39 points a game.
Yeah.
And then you can remember, and Tom, you might remember this when they lost to the Celtics, and then they got wilt, and they had Baylor and Goodrich and McMillan, and they won 33 in a row.
Yep.
I think they were 69-13. And I look back, and of course I was a Celtic guy. And I'm talking about Russell and Cousy and Bill Sharman, who we worked with the Lakers, Tommy Heinsohn, Casey and Sam Jones, and it just aided him that he wasn't able to beat them. But what respect he had, for example, from Bill Russell, who flew out for the announcement of his retirement from Boston out to there. And Nelly, Nelly played for the Lakers for a cup of coffee for a little bit. And, so every time, we didn't have charters back then, and we'd stay over, and we'd go out and have a cold one with him. And, Tom, it was amazing to just watch people look at him. You're just around the legend. And he was nice to everybody. He was humble. Yeah. He was respectful. He was classy. And, that's what – and he was – who the heck am I? A guy from Chicopee, Mass, and an assistant, there back then. And he was just couldn't have been nicer. And I remember as my career went forward, every time I was going to get an interview for a head job, always he called for me. I'll never forget that. And, let's fast forward. After that time, and he put together all these great Laker things with Bill Sharman and Buss and those guys, and hiring Riley and Jackson. But the Kareem trade with the Bucks, the marvelous, fantastic move he made to get Kobe, drafting Magic, getting Shaq. And then I just, I think of Joe Lacob, and he's done some great things, winning 4 championships, and the Warriors, just a tremendous run. Maybe one of the greatest things he's done is to bring Jerry West in. Mm-hmm. And you're a young guy, and you're Bob Myers. And, you're learning the ropes. I remember Bob, when he was an agent, he'd come visit me when I was the GM, and he was representing with Arn Tellem. He was representing Antoine Jameson. And now he's sitting there with Jerry West. And, and what a nice thing to be able to throw deals off of him. I don't know if I'd do that, fellas, And he was tough. And so, I look at him and just I'm honored the fact that I got to break bread with him, have a cold one, just be around, sit at games.
Yeah.
Tom, to sit at a college game we'd go to your old place. We'd go to Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Tom, I'm going to tell you, there was a line of young people just wanting his autograph. Finally, they'd have to, tell him, hey, wait till after the game or wait till halftime. It was amazing to be around the guy.
Let me ask you this, because you might know how he would feel about this. I think I know how he would feel about it, because he's not only the only player to win an MVP, a Finals MVP, on a losing team. He won the Final Four MVP and didn't win the he didn't win the Final Four, which is incredible. And I said, I think I know Jerry well enough, because I said I would never choose somebody from a losing team to win an MVP. Like, to me, you got to be on the winning team. No matter what you've done, the MVP comes from the winning team. And I think Jerry would probably agree with me. Like, if you're on the losing team, you shouldn't be the MVP. That should be for the winners.
Well, you're 100% right. Now, go way back then, and Fred Schaus was his college coach at West Virginia, and he came out to the Lakers and coached out there. And there's two other legendary guys at West Virginia. And, Tom, you know one of them, Rod Thorne, who later became the vice president of basketball operations.
Yep.
And then the other one was Hot Rod Hundley, great name, and became the voice of the Utah Jazz. And I remember going to West Virginia and being around those guys. Holy moly. I mean, it was like the parting of the sea. I mean, everyone just like, oh, my God. And, of course, I'm following along, loving it. It was truly amazing.
We played a clip from Jerry St. We're talking to Gary St. Jean, nice enough to join us, where he said when he scouted Kobe, he was telling Shaq, you come over here from Orlando. I know you got some good players there, but we have better players here. We're drafting a kid who's going to be the best player in the NBA. And he said that might be a bold statement, but if you knew what you were looking at, it was obvious. And I was like, well, no, if you knew what you were like, nobody else knew what you could see what you saw. I mean, we all know what Kobe is now, but to say a 17-year-old is going to be the best player in the NBA someday, that just shows you the things that he saw and how he was able to scout, be a GM, acquire players. When you hear something like that, what do you think about? Because it blows me away that somebody could be so sure of themselves that yeah, of course this guy's going to be the best player in the NBA. Look at him.
Well, and that was remarkable, because we didn't have a lot of high school players back then coming in. And so he had Vlade Divac, and he used that in a pick to move up to get him in the draft. And he played at a high school called Radnor. And my college roommate at Springfield College, Gene DiFilippo, was the AD at Villanova back then. And his son played in that conference. And he told me when we'd go and play Philadelphia, he said, hey, there's this guy here. It's, Jelly Bean's Bryant's son. And I'd say, yeah, sure, that kind of thing. Well, then you hear about the trade, and you're like, oh, my God. Well, Tom, the great thing, what goes on draft day. Arn Tellem was a very good friend of Jerry's. He would not take a visit to any team. It was done. They had it all locked up. So you didn't draft a guy who you never even saw play. Yeah. So they just had it locked up. He had the deal in the drawer, and I think it was Alan Bristow was there back in Charlotte. And, it's all history now. And you talk about those great teams. And, but you look back and say he put that together. But then remember, Kareem didn't want to be in Milwaukee anymore. He wanted to be in a big market. He wanted to have a voice. He was a man of social justice. Well, there he was dealing with my good friend Wayne Embry, and he makes that deal, and he goes out there, and that's the first run. And then he has a second run. And, then first he hires Pat Riley. He sees something in him who was his former teammate.
Yep.
And then he gets Phil Jackson to come. I mean, it's an amazing, amazing story. Hey, by the way, Tom, scratch golfer, and I never knew if anybody in the NBA would play gin rummy with him.
Really?
Oh, his mind was like a steel trap. He had everything memorized, and it was the Bel Air Country Club. And don't ever try to go there and win a game. You were dead.
Do you remember anything about? And I don't know if he was involved in this, Saint, But I always wondered, and as a Laker fan growing up, I loved it. But they win a championship in '80 with Magic, and then 2 years later, they draft Worthy #1 overall. It's like, well, that worked out really well for them. I don't know what Cleveland was thinking, but I don't know if that'll never happen again. Team wins a championship, and all of a sudden they get the #1 pick, and it's like once they got Worthy, it's like, okay, Lakers are good for a decade. Or they're how did that deal come to fruition? I don't know if Jerry had anything to do with that deal or not, but that was that set him up for the '80s. Period.
Yeah, well, he was guilty. His handprints were all over the thing. He orchestrated the whole thing, and as you said, he already had the two of the top 10 greatest players ever in Kareem and Magic, and now you get this thoroughbred out on the wing, and we all said, "Holy moly!" And Tom, now this was before you came to the Warriors, but even when you came, we were we were today's game.
Yes,
that was 20, 30 years ago, but we didn't shoot threes. Why we didn't do that, I don't know. But
that's a great question.
Tom, think about this. Our whole thing, we were always trying to get bigger.
Yep.
And you remember we traded Mitch for Billy Owens. And that night I almost got fired because I didn't agree with the trade. But it did help me because Mitch put in a word for me to get the Sacramento job. But it was all about trying to match up with the Lakers. And, I'm thinking, I'm looking out the window at my son, Greg, who was on the championship Laker team with Frank Vogel and, the LeBron and those guys. Yep. And my grandson, William's out there shooting hoops with him. And he's telling me who he is, like he's going to. Tom, it's great. 5 years old. It's awesome. So
I love it.
Get back to your point. Those teams were all chasing them, and you're trying to figure out how to play with them. And they were just so special. And because, God, you grew up down there. When you went and played there, I mean, it was a happening.
Yep.
As much as people talk about going to Madison Square Garden, when you went to the old Forum, and, Jerry would greet you, and he'd be the nicest guy in the place and all that kind of thing, and then they'd just demolish you. And it was an amazing happening to be there. I mean, who the heck you want to talk about? I mean, Barbara Streisand and Diane Cannon and Jack was sitting right there, and everybody. And God, even baseball guys like Frank Robinson had season tickets, and you go on and on and on. I mean, Jack Klugman, Oscar and Felix, and I mean, it was
Quincy MD. He was right in the house.
There you go. And
I did not think he was.
I just, when you look,
you got me with on a couple times, man.
Tom, yeah, you talk. That's the truth. Tom, do you remember the shot Nelly made when they had the balloons up there?
Oh, yeah, the one they hit off the back of the rim.
Yeah, it hit the back of the rim, went about 20 feet in the air and came back down and through, and you saw Russell running off the floor.
Yeah.
And, this guy's will to win, that's what everybody talked about. He couldn't coach. He coached for, a year or two?
Yeah.
Tom, I always had this theory. The great players were not going to be great coaches because they didn't have the patience to deal with average players.
Yep.
They didn't see the game, that they didn't execute the game like they saw it and did. And so he moves upstairs, and, he was absolutely brilliant. But
well, that's okay saying. I mean, he got the Lakers, but Garfield Hurd got him back about 6 years later. He stuck one in his face off the back of the rim. Back of the rim, too.
Hey, that was the game that Paul Westphal called the timeout.
That's right.
And John McLeod was the coach.
That's right. That is, yep. Hey, do you have any theories?
Tom, I can't remember who that guy met this week, but I can tell you what went on there in the 60s and 70s.
No doubt. Short-term memory sometimes takes a vacation for a little while. Talking to Kerry St. Jean, nice enough to join us. Do you have any theories as to why Jerry West watched games from the tunnel down on the Forum?
Oh, hey, listen, you know the story. He never went on the road. Did you know that? He never went to a road game.
I didn't know that.
Oh, no. He had a big phobia about, he couldn't deal with that, being in the hotel room and hanging around some visiting arena and all that kind of thing. And he went there to the tunnel because he was pacing. You know where the Forum Club was up there?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And Mitch Kupchak was his assistant. And Mitch used to say he'd just go back and forth. And, Tom, you know this, and a guy that I absolutely love that we brought up in my day, Raymond Ritter.
Oh, and love Raymond.
Raymond was with them down there. And, when Jerry West called you, you were like, you get another call from another GM. Yeah, okay. Now, when he called, it was like E.F. Hutton calling. You hey, sit up in your chair. What's he want? And you'd listen and maybe give you something on another team or whatever. So we work it out to get Raymond to come up to be head guy. He was second down there, down in L.A. And Jerry calls me up. He says, Saint, I'm going to tell you something. You just don't even know what you did. And I'm like, what do you mean? And he said, you just got this fantastic guy. He said, I love this guy. Well, he was so right. And I look back in Raymond's career, and I'm going to tell you that in the NBA, I would strongly debate with people, Raymond might have been the closest guy to Jerry West. They talked almost every single day, and it was a beautiful relationship. Special. So I know Raymond's got a heavy heart today, and there's a lot of people feeling that.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. We lost an icon today. He's one of the Giants to ever play in the NBA, ever be in the NBA. And I think those of us who were in the NBA, follow the NBA, are NBA fans, were lucky enough to have him around, not just as a player, but be around the league and be with a number of different teams. Look what he did. Yeah, the Clippers haven't won, but they got better when he showed up. The Grizzlies got better when he showed up. The Warriors got better when he showed up. And the Lakers went on their run when he became the general manager. I mean, undeniable his greatness. So, hey, we really appreciate you taking the time and just kind of telling us a little bit about Jerry West. It's fun to get people's perspective that were around him in this, watched him in the 60s, 70s, or around him. So I really appreciate it, Saint.
Don, it's just great to talk to you. I hope the family's great. And for all our Warrior fans, maybe you didn't get to shake his hand or meet him, but just keep in mind the impact he had on our franchise and what he did for us. The fact we won 4 championships. I'm just grateful to have been a friend. It was just a special experience.
I'm absolutely grateful to have met him a couple times and interviewed him a few times. Just he was definitely one of a kind, no doubt about it. Thanks, Saint. Appreciate it. Tell the family I said hi.
You're the man, Tom. Thanks a million.
Thanks, Saint. Appreciate it, man.
A great Gary St. Jean there, former head coach of the Warriors and the Sacramento Kings. And long time he was part of NBC Sports Bay Area's Warriors coverage. Always fun when he can stop. He just makes me laugh, man. Just him telling stories. And by the way, I'm watching my grandson take shots out there. He's breaking down the jump shots. By the way, big guest for us on Friday in studio, 3 to 3:30 on Friday. Ice Cube is going to join Tom and I in studio here on Talbert and Copes because he'll be promoting Big 3 basketball, which opens its 2024 season with 6 games at Oakland Arena this Saturday, June 15th. While you're there, Big 3 is randomly going to pick people from the audience to participate in a free throw competition with Bay Area legend Rick Barry and KNBR legend, don't you know? Contest will happen in between games, but Ice Cube will be here on Friday in studio, 3 to 3:30. More to come here. We just talked to Gary St. Jean, Tom's conversation with PJ Carlesimo, and then the great Bruce Jenkins. That's all coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader. Kyle Harrison joined Papa and Lund from the patio today to discuss the season he's having so far. Listen to that podcast, available now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, what do you do if you can't pay your taxes?
You call us because people get so frustrated. They get so overwhelmed. They say they give up. They feel like they fell into 1,000 feet of water. They're drowning. They don't know what to do. Don't wait until one of these new IRS agents comes knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. There's so many good options. You have so many rights. And a lot of times people have so often said to me, they can't believe how easy the fix was. And they said they suffered all those years and the problem was so easy to fix. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll explain all your rights, all your options. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, what can you do for me? We'll talk to you. Let's put this tax problem behind you so it just doesn't bother you anymore.
Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him online, MoskowitzLLP.com.
Back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Always a pleasure to welcome PJ Carlesimo to the show, one of our favorite guests when it comes to talking hoops. And right now, we're in the middle of the NBA Finals with the Celtics leading 2-0. PJ's down in Dallas awaiting Game 3 tonight, and he joins us now on Copes and Tolbert. PJ, thank you so much. Always appreciate the participation.
Thomas, always good to be with you.
Well, before we get to the finals, we got to start with the logo, Jerry West. Within a week, Walton West is just, it's a sad day for the NBA. We lost two of the greatest players, two of the greatest people that have been involved with the NBA. I got a chance to interview Jerry a few years ago in a sit-down. We did like an hour in front of a group and asking him questions, and just what a delightful person. I'm just curious, your interactions with him, and when you heard the news, what'd you first think?
Well, I heard the news, obviously very disappointing, but in reality, last week in Boston, I forget what day it was, but it was right after Bill Walton passed.
Mm-hmm.
One of the people from the NBA, a good friend, had just been speaking to Rod Thorne and some of other Jerry's good friends, and said he was in really bad shape. I kind of could tell from the conversation that they knew it was really dire, and I'm not even sure what the release was. I thought he said it was his heart, but I shouldn't go speculating on what it was. But they knew that he probably didn't have very long to live. So I was kind of, in a sense, ready for it, if you can be ready for news like that. I mean, I grew up in Pennsylvania. West Virginia's one of the bordering states, but like Zeke from Cabin Creek was one of my heroes. I was lucky when I was at Fordham in the Bronx. I went to college there and I worked there for 4 years as an assistant. I saw a lot of those, the two Knick championships and a lot of other Knick games, but Knicks Lakers was the big thing in those days. And I saw him play. There weren't obviously nearly as many games on TV as there are now, but still, you saw Jerry West, you saw him in playoffs, and you always knew late in the game he was like the most clutch player there ever was. I mean, when he took a shot at the end of the game, you just assumed it was going in. It was he was automatic, and I grew up wanting to be like Jerry West. I came up somewhat short in that ambition, but he was one of, if not, one of the elite guards of all time. Clearly, one of the best in the history of the NBA. I mean, people start putting numbers. I don't know what the hell the number is, but there have not been too many guards better than him. And then after that, he goes on and he's extremely successful front office and with the number of teams. And, lucky you got a chance to meet him when I was in college, when he was more so when he was scouting, but also the combination of being involved in USA basketball. And then when I did get to the NBA and having some players that were good enough to play in the NBA, so you'd go to the combines and things like that, and got a chance to know him, and then was lucky enough even to play golf with him a couple of times. He couldn't give me enough shots. I mean, there weren't enough shots in a match to even make it halfway respectable. But it was always a thrill. I mean, you knew him. You spent time with him. You had conversations with him. You broke bread with him. You were with him in a lot of different countries, a lot of different places. It was still like when he was there, like you'd walk in, and if he was there, I said, I'm going to get the chance to talk to Jerry West again. It was always special because of just who he was. And, the logo, obviously, like everybody jokes about it, but it's true. Who better to be the logo for the NBA? So, yeah, horrible news. I mean, first we lose Bill, and now Jerry West in such a short time.
You know what I always found interesting was the title of his book, A Charmed and Tormented Life. And I always kind of felt that about him, even when I was talking to him. Like, this is the only guy that was the MVP of the Final Four, didn't win it, MVP of the Finals, and didn't win it. And that it seems like that kind of summed a lot of things up for him. Like, he was always great, but not on the team that was the greatest, and it always seemed like he was chasing perfection, and anything short of perfection, he just wasn't satisfied with it. And I guess that's part of what made him so good, the drive, as an executive, as a player. But boy, when you don't achieve it, and it's hard to achieve that type of thing, then it's got to be tough for him to kind of live that. And I haven't read the book yet, just some of it, but it just, you look at him, you think, God, he had a great life. But I bet you if you ask him, he goes, yeah, it was okay. I could have done more. And it's like, look at all the stuff that this guy did.
You said it perfectly. Perfection was what he always wanted. And, a tiny glimpse of that. When he's one of those guys that would be like 2 under after 16 holes and would bogey 17, and he'd be really upset. Yeah. You know, most people would say, that's okay, I'm still 1 under. He was that way probably when he played. If he made 10 shots in a row, he wanted to make the 11th. Yep. You're right. I mean, so many guys that we tried to compete with or coach or, grew up with, played against, they always had a little bit different drive than the average person. Yeah, did they have ability? Sure, they had ability. But what they did with their ability was very different. And he always, and I heard a lot of people say that. I really didn't see many examples of that. But that was something people always said, like, almost like unless they won it, unless his team won everything, unless the team when he's in the front office, unless they won the championship, it just wasn't good enough. And that drive was, it made him what a unbelievable player and GM, president, all the titles he had over the years. But I guess it sometimes can be difficult to live with that.
No doubt about it. And then I got to ask you about my guy Bill Walton, too, because I had a chance to work with Bill, call the finals with Bill, know Bill a little bit. And the one thing about Bill is you could not help but smile when you ran into Bill. Just his presence, his spirit, his attitude. I don't know if there's ever been anybody quite like him in the NBA. And we're not even talking about how great a player he was. People forget this guy was not great. He was great. Like, he was kind of Jokic before Jokic and some of the things that Jokic did. And just the feet problems really limited his career. But I'm not sure there's anybody quite like him from his, the Grateful Dead, the lifestyle that he led that is not commonplace at all in the NBA. And he continued it, and it was so positive, and he became bigger the further he actually got away from his NBA career, which probably it caused some people to forget how great he was, because he was just he was fun. He was fun to listen to. I don't know anybody that loved the game of basketball more than Bill Walton, maybe even loved life more than Bill Walton. And that one really kind of hit me because I knew Bill, and just his presence, being around Bill and the positivity is something that, not only the basketball world's going to miss, just the world in general misses people like that.
Yeah, and he impacted so many people because, and I couldn't agree with you more. People have no idea. I mean, you can always argue that. To me, you can put Kareem, you can put Bill, and you can put Christian Laettner, and you can't argue anybody else was a better college player. I mean, it was absurd how good he was. He had so many injuries in the NBA, but when you take the championship, I think it was 77 in Portland, you can say, name some guys that had a better year than this guy had this year that dominated the league more than he did that year in 77. And I think it was the next year he was MVP in 78. People literally forget or are too young and just don't appreciate. Guys from a different era, they say, how good was he? I mean, he was spectacular. Yep. He was that good, and he did it in so many ways. And then, as you said, the broadcasting, he just touched so many people. When you first meet him, when you first get to know him, you wonder if he's putting you on. Like, you can't forget that all the time. But he was. That's just the way he was. He always remembered names. Kyle and Casey, my two guys, he would always go, how's Kyle doing? How's Casey doing? How's Carol? And he's absurd. He was so genuine. He would drive me nuts listening to Pac-12 Network because Dave Pash would have to interrupt him sometime, and it was so funny. Dave would go, if anybody cares, we have a 1-point game with 30 seconds to go. Yeah, but Bill was talking about the flood of 1812 or something like that, or saying hello to, some player who hardly got into the game, but he met his mother before the game, and his mother's here and his younger brother. I mean, he was amazing, the stuff he talked about. And when we found out about it, we happened to be in Indy doing the Eastern Conference Finals, Boston Pacers, and the last time I saw him was in Indianapolis at the All-Star game. Right before the All-Star game, I went over, and he and his wife Lori were there, and Bill Murray. So you can imagine the conversation.
Oh, boy.
Poor Lori what she was doing with these three knuckleheads, I don't know. I mean, we talked for about 10 minutes, and he looked great. It was good. But then when he wasn't at the Pac-12 tournament, and then when he wasn't at the Final Four, which we did, with you, as you did, work with him so many times, that we worked so many Final Fours together for Westwood, and all they were saying was he's not good. He was bedridden for a while, and then I thought he had kind of turned positive a little bit, and then boom, we're getting ready for one of the games in Indy, and they say Bill Walton passed away. You almost couldn't believe it because the expression larger than life, if it doesn't fit him, there aren't too many people it does fit.
Talking to PJ Carlesimo. All right, let's get to the finals. And here's the problem I think the Mavs have to try to solve. But I'm not even sure if they can solve this problem, PJ. How do they keep Boston in front of them? How do they keep them from breaking the defense down and then starting their draw and kick game? Because last game was the one they could have got. Boston was not very good from three. And ironically, they weren't very good from three in Game 2 against Miami, weren't very good in Game 2 against the Cavaliers. And this one they weren't very good, but neither were the Mavericks. But still, it's a fundamental issue for me. How do you keep a team in front of you when your defenders aren't great and they have five guys who can break you down, get to the paint, and then put you in rotations, and then all of a sudden a three ball's flying from somewhere?
Well, obviously the finals is insanity squared. There's so many stats, and they're counting blow-bys. They're saying it was the most blow-bys in any playoff game ever. Well, how can you argue with that? I mean, if you watch the game, you say, yeah, I agree. But I mean, the guards, everybody talks about the defensive backcourt, and it's true, but Derek White and Drew Holiday are damn good offensively, too.
Yep.
They can obviously go by it. Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum go by anybody different ways, but they get by them. And then you got two centers who are as good as most of the centers in the league. Al Horford might be as old as me and you, and he's still going by people.
Yes,
he does his pump fake and goes by and dunks at age 38. And Porzingis, when he's healthy, the poor guy, he was just going by them like they weren't even there. So what do you do? And, I mean, they don't help. Then they just finish and they dunk the ball in and shoot a layup. You do help, and they kick it to somebody that's standing still. And they broke some record in Game 1. They had 7 different players have 2 or more three-point made field goals in a game. I mean, it's absurd. And poor Dallas is Boston's got 5 guys averaging 16 or more. Luka's the only guy on Dallas that is averaging more than 16 points. So, I mean, it looks like they're outmatched. I didn't expect it. I thought it was going to be a good series. It may still be. Maybe getting home will get these guys on track a little bit. But, I mean, I always knew when I was coaching at the post-game press conference, when you won, you didn't have enough time to talk about how many guys had played well. I want to talk. Tom Tolbert did a great job. He got boards. This guy made shots. This guy had assists. When you lost, you didn't know who the hell to talk about because usually the other team had more guys playing better than you did. That's the way it's been. It feels like Luka versus the Celtics. Now, he got more help in Game 2. P.J. Washington has been really good putting the ball on the floor and getting to the rim, but he can't make a three. He's 1 for 8. And Gafford came alive in the second half of Game 2 and played kind of the way he played for the last third of the year in the playoffs before the finals started. But the other guys are MIA. And as a team, they're shooting horrendous from the three-point line. And they took, everybody forgets, they took the second most threes in the regular season, behind Boston. So, I mean, it's absurd. It's something they've done a lot and usually do well. And it's like the two of them weren't even threatening to play. It looked like a high school game or a college game when I was playing. There was no chance of any of the threes from either team going in on Sunday in Boston. So, obviously, they need Kyrie to play significantly better. He's had a hell of a year, and he played really well in the playoffs prior to this series. But he has really struggled. But the other guys that, some people don't even know their names still, but these guys have had good years, and their percentages for the regular season and for the playoffs prior to the finals are really good. I mean, this doesn't even look like the same Dallas team. I keep looking over at Jay Kidd, and he's got to be like going out of his mind. Guys going by his players like they're not even there, the blow-bys you talked about. And then they do have some – Boston's defense is really good. It's not like an accident that they're missing shots. But they have also missed Dallas a ton of shots that he knows these guys have made all year, and it's deserted them to this point.
All right, before we let you go, does it get back to Boston?
I think, I'm not so sure. Like, they got to convince me tonight because, all the numbers. Now it's up to 156-0 in terms of teams that have been down 3-0. They have to win tonight. There's no question about that. Mr. Kestisher and Mr. Breen have done a lot more finals games, are confident. They're saying, this is too good a team. They're going to play well at home. There's no way we don't go back to Boston. So I don't know. I got my ticket to Boston, but I'm thinking – I'm thinking of looking to see if Alaska's got a flight back to Seattle from here, too.
Just in case. You don't want to be caught short.
Exactly. I want to get on the plane.
PJ, thank you so much for joining us. We always appreciate it. I always enjoy talking to you. Have a great call tonight, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Thanks, Tommy. Great to be with you.
Thanks, PJ. Appreciate it. Coming up more, Copes and Tolbert here on the Sports Leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Redwood City Sports Leader.
The Giants beat the Astros today 5-3 to win the series behind 6 strong innings from Logan Webb. They'll get ready to take on Tom's Angels after an off day at home tomorrow. Check it all out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Kugelman Law. Alex Kugelman at sftaxteam.com. If you're overwhelmed by IRS tax problems, it happens. Sometimes life just gets in the way. Like money for the family, got medical emergencies, or you just have something you need to take care of, and Uncle Sammy's going to have to wait. The problem is Uncle Sammy will wait. The IRS is not going to forget. They're always going to be there. And if you think they forget about you, you're going to be wrong. They will start sending you letters, start calling you, maybe even showing up at the door. Brutal. You don't want that. You don't need those problems. You don't need that stress. Take that bag of stress and hand it over to Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team. This is what they do. Whether it's cryptocurrency, late filings, even criminal charges, let them handle it. Schedule a consultation with Alex Kugelman. He's personable, knowledgeable. He'll give you a game plan, light at the end of the tunnel, and then you say, okay, you take it. You take all this. And everything will be transparent. They'll tell you what it's going to cost, how they're going to go about getting the result you want, and then you can decide which way you want to go. But you're not going to know until you set up that consultation at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamla Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
And Jerry West all day long, and another person very familiar with Jerry West and his exploits on the court and in the front office, 3 Dot Lounge. He still writes it, and we still read it because it's fantastic. Bruce Jenkins joins us of the Chronicle. Bruce, how are you?
What's up, Bruce?
Good. Hey, Adam, what's going on? Good to be on with you guys.
Well, thank you for coming on with us. We appreciate it, and obviously just wanted to get your perspective on Jerry West. I know you remember him well as a player, and we've just been talking about, how great he was, and people don't realize like how great this guy really was as a player, and we kind of all remember him as an executive for 4 different teams. But what do you remember about Jerry West as a player? I know you talk a lot about the Dodgers and going to Dodger games when you're younger. I know you're a huge Laker fan, too. I believe you're a Laker fan growing up. But what do you remember about Jerry West and, like, the greatness of Jerry West? And kind of, I said earlier on, Bruce, that his autobiography is, like, perfect title, Charmed, Tormented Life, because that's kind of what he was as a person, like just the torment of being as good as he was, but not being able to bring home the hardware as much as certainly he would have liked as a player.
Yeah, well, I saw Jerry West before he ever played Bill Russell in any of those 6 finals that tormented him really to the end of his life. I saw him when Chick Hearn started calling him Mr. Clutch, and it was so true over the years that nobody ever else got that title. You might try to throw it on Sunday. No, Jerry West was the greatest clutch shooter in history, and there's not enough evidence of it because there weren't that many televised games, but we were listening to Chick Hearn every night at home, and Jerry West, he was just uncanny. Not every time a buzzer-beating game winner, but just down the stretch, 2 minutes to go, and you had the image of him because you'd seen him enough to know what it looked like, and Chick Hearn was the best. He was the Bill King of L.A., but I saw him at the L.A. Sports Arena, I think as early as 1962. I was going as many games. Once I got into high school after that in the mid-'60s, I was going out there a lot to see the league. I was so into the league. But, West, he certainly didn't invent the jump shot. I mean, that goes back to the Hank Lucetti and guys in the 40s at Madison Square Garden. They were kind of like throwing up running one-handers, but they were leaving the floor, which was really radical. but by the 50s, guys started shooting real jumpers, and West, when he came along in the NBA after the 1960 Olympics, he was just like nobody had ever seen. He was 6'4" and a half. No matter, I heard him just 5 minutes ago. I saw him tell Chick Hearn, I'm actually 6'4" and a half. Incredibly long arms. He could jump out of the building, and he had a way of moving, especially to his right. He could go either way, but just stopping on a dime, boom, and he's not only up, he's way up there with the prettiest jump shot you've ever seen, just feathery and absolutely deadly. And when it got to be really close, the thing that tormented him was that when they played the Celtics and Bill Russell, and there were 6 finals that the Russell's teams won, West was just going off. I mean, he's just getting 40, routinely getting 40. And I think Russell at times said, I couldn't believe we didn't lose to this guy, And they also had Elgin Baylor, who just happened to revolutionize the game at the forward position. But as you say, it's the fact that he didn't win. I saw an interview where he was the MVP of the '69 finals, which was the last of Russell's conquest, and by far the most frustrating, because that was probably the worst of Russell's teams, and they finished 4th during the season, and Jack Kent Cooke had the forum filled with balloons in the rafters. It was just a foregone conclusion that the Lakers would win, but they didn't. And Wes, has often said, I heard him tell me that torments me to this day. It's a terrible burden that the game I love could cause me so much pain because I just could not accept losing. But you talk about the plus-minus stat, Tom. I mean, West plus-minus against the Celtics would have been terrible. because they didn't, they weren't ahead. I mean, they had sometimes, but mostly they were behind. So just forget that stat. Every time I think about Jerry West, that's how far that stat goes with me.
I think when I think perfect jump shots, I think Jerry West and I think Klay Thompson. Like, those are the two most perfect jump shots I've ever seen. The thing that Klay had, the benefit of what Klay had, is so many people kind of coming before him and teachers that could help you. We have shooting coaches now that can help you out, and his dad played in it. So I mean, Jerry West, like, there wasn't that many guys that shot jump shots like him. In fact, I don't remember anybody that shot. So he came up with that like through trial and error and practice, and it's amazing the work that this guy put in. And I would have liked to have asked him, Bruce, like, how much did he truly enjoy, like, basketball? Not in the sense of accomplishing something, because I think that's what drove him, being perfect, being great, and it allowed him to be the player and the executive he was. But, like, how many times throughout the course of his career was he able to kind of stop and smell the roses and say, God, this is pretty awesome, what I've been able to do and what the league is. I just wonder if guys like that can truly appreciate what they do until they get done doing it, because they're so driven by what's next.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he wasn't a guy to show any emotion over anything, really. When they finally did win the title after Russell was gone, he kind of ran off the court. Kind of waved a fist. But I mean, and it probably dawned on him later. But he was a very tormented individual going back to his childhood. He's had a difficult life with his father, and he was just really an intense guy, as we all know. Anyone who got a chance to talk to Wes, and we all did. We were so fortunate that he worked here. I just love the fact that you mentioned Klay. That's perfect. There are very few guys you could even compare to West, but when there was talk of they were going to trade Klay, West stepped in and said, nope.
Yep.
You don't trade that shot. You don't do it.
Yep. I thought it was. I thought it was. Look, when Jerry West tells you he's going to quit if you do something, you probably shouldn't do it, because that's a really good indicator. Because we played a clip, Bruce, of him saying, talking to Shaq and why he should come to L.A. and not stay in Orlando, and saying that we have better players. We're going to draft this kid, Kobe Bryant. He's going to end up being the best player in the league someday. Yeah. And when he said it, he said, well, that may be a bold statement, but it was obvious. And I'm like, well, yeah, it was obvious to you. I don't know if it was obvious to anybody but you, how you could, say 17 years old. We all know with 17-year-old, you never know what they're going to be when they're 18, let alone 24. But the fact that he could see it almost into the future when it came to player development and drafting, I don't know if he has any peer in that regard.
No, and and Kobe. Remember Kobe's rookie year? He shot some air balls in the playoffs.
Against Utah.
It just killed him.
Yep,
it killed him. People go, well, this guy can't shoot from the outside.
Yep,
with good reason. The pros, good shooters don't miss everything. Very often. But yeah, I mean, and right to the end, he was so smart. One of the great failings for Mark Jackson was that he didn't give West his due, and I think he was bothered sometimes by West hanging around and people listening to him, because he was the god of all things offensive and defensive, in fact, basketball. But that was a big mistake on Mark Jackson's part, and people got hip to that. It was one of the things that sort of contributed to his demise here. But West was a guy that it's so funny, because just to look at him and listen to him, he wouldn't strike you as this is one of the greatest athletes in the history of man, at all.
Yeah.
But oh my goodness, to have seen him in his youth, he was so spry. He could he jumped. He could get his hand. They said he could get his hand 16 inches above the rim if he had to.
Wow.
Yeah, really long arms, but just the timing. He really, because even then, I mean, guys like Oscar and Dave Bing, and they were getting to be, there's some great shooters coming along, but nobody shot the jumper like West. And really today, Klay is his own guy and his own legend, really. Yeah. But nobody going to their right, especially, and stop on a dime and go up, and you can't block it. Maybe Russell, he said, I can't even get up there. He's too quick. He got it off too quick.
Well, it's interesting, Bruce, when you mentioned, I don't think it's so hard to go right for a right-handed player and stop and go into a jump shot. It's easier going left, because when you're going left, you're dribbling with your left, and that right hand can come into the ball and kind of scoop it in a way to where you just naturally, rhythmically go into your jump shot. For a right-handed player going right, it's harder to stop it, and then you got to grab it with your right, bring your left hand over, and then kind of organize your right hand as you're going into that jump shot. So I remember watching some of those clips, and I was like, God, that is so difficult to do, to stop that quick going right. And he got tremendous elevation on his jump shot too. That's another thing that people, you're that tall, and his release point was great, and he got elevation. He was just, he could do everything offensively. And I always wonder what a player like that, how his game would have changed with a three-point line. I know he would have averaged more points. That's a given. I know that. But I always wonder, players of that era, how their games would have changed if they would have been drawn out to the three-point line. Would we have been able to witness all the magic that they provided inside the three-point line that he was one of those players that did?
I don't know how much would have changed there. I think there was a limit to the deadliness, up to, I don't know, maybe up to 25 feet or whatever, but he of course, he hit a 60-foot shot in the finals.
Yes,
that was a different thing. He could have done anything really, but I don't think he would have wanted to. I mean, when the three-point shot came in, Larry Bird he actually said, "Why would I go out there?"
Yeah.
Who goes out there? We're getting our hoops in here, okay? And he wound up being as great as Curry in his way, but I don't know. I definitely don't think he would have been a three-point specialist, because you're just hanging out in the park out there. Really, you're not. You're very seldom, getting the weight of the defensive burden on you with a double team, and it's just a different thing. I think he enjoyed thriving exactly where he did. If he needed a three-pointer, I'm sure he'd work on it like hell, when no one was looking in practice sessions, and he would have a three-point shot for sure. But I don't think he would have featured it.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Hey, having grown up in L.A., I'm curious, who was more popular back then? I know Koufax was really popular, and I want to say Jerry maybe came a little before Koufax, but they could have been exactly the same era. But who was the personality, like the sports personality? Because I can't remember who was big as far as football back then, but who were the guys in L.A. that everybody resonated to?
Well, in terms of personality, West was very reticent.
Yep.
And so was Baylor. They didn't really give you a whole lot. Koufax never really said anything to the press, and there wasn't a lot of interviewing going on anyway. So it was pretty much about the spectacle. But 1965, I'm a junior in high school. That was Koufax and West at their best. To me, they were equals. They were they're what you watched in season. The difference was when Koufax got to the pinnacle, it was over in the World Series. He went to Yankee Stadium and set a strikeout record in the World Series. And West was going up against the Celtics, and it kind of not only wore him down, it wore the fans down too. It's like, damn, it's too bad West didn't have the shot that Frank Selby missed in 1962. He had a baseline jumper that would have won the series against the Celtics. Period, paragraph. And Frank Selby was a guy who scored 100 points in a college game, if you can believe that. He could shoot. But he had the shot. I always wonder if that had been West taking the shot, they might have beaten the Celtics, and maybe a lot else would have changed in the future. But I guess the football, the Rams, Robin Gabriel, whatever. I'm just talking about my era. But my guy was John Arnett. I was not even in high school then. John Arnett was a real flashy running back who. He'd run 180 yards on an 80-yard kickoff return, twisting his way around the field. But, it's funny because the personalities really weren't there. A guy like Mays, who just stood out in so many ways, was not that common. Of course, it was great because Mays was. Everything about him was just so obvious that you couldn't believe how a guy could be that good and had that much flair.
Yeah, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, because, I don't think there's ever going to be another Jerry West, a guy as good as he was, as great as he was on the court, and then as great as he was in the front office. I don't think anybody would want to do that who was that great a player. But I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about another legend that passed away a week or so ago, Bill Walton. And his impact on the game, I mean, unique is a perfect word for him. In the NBA, there was no one quite like him. The counterculture, the fact that he became a bigger personality when he stopped playing, so much so that people forgot how great he was. And when I use the word great, I mean great. Both those players were just absolutely incredible players. But what were your thoughts with Bill? Because mine, I worked with him, I called finals with him, and I just thought, man, we lost somebody who makes you smile no matter what he does. He walks into a room, you smile. And that type of energy, that type of spirit is not always found and maybe it might be more rare than we even want to admit. But losing him, that one just hurt for his love for life and his love for basketball, and just he brought something that the NBA will never see again.
That hurt really bad when you think about what a monstrous personality he became, because he had a stammer till he was like 28, and he had so many injuries that he couldn't even. I mean, he was, for a couple of years, he was like crawling around his house. That's the only way he could get around. He was hurting so bad, and he just overcame all of these things. But for me, again, I go back to the player. I was in high school. I was out of high school when he came into UCLA. And I remember my friend Lyle Spencer. He and I used to play at the Santa Monica gym, and Lyle knew Greg Lee and Walton and these guys who would come by. Walton, and we went out and saw Walton. He was on the freshman team. The freshmen couldn't play varsity. You got to see this guy Walton, man. This guy's he's unbelievable, out of San Diego. And then I saw him at Pauley Pavilion once he got to the varsity. I can still see him running out on the court leading the Bruins. I mean, God, it was just like mythical. I mean, it was just so much power and class, and he's a perfect postman. You dump it into Walton, and oh my God, you have no idea what might happen now. He'll find a guy that's open. He'll drive hard and dunk on you, or he'll make a crazy pass that nobody saw coming except for him. And in the game that really meant something, he shot 21 for 22.
That was insane. I know we got to run, but Bruce, I tell people, I go, Walton was Jokic before Jokic, except Jokic can shoot from the perimeter, and Walton was athletic. I go, other than that, their IQs were the same, their passing ability was the same, their understanding of space on a basketball court was the same. They were like 2 beats ahead of everybody when they're playing basketball, and it doesn't matter what players you put on the court with Jokic or Walton. I go, you put 4 reasonably decent basketball players on the court with them, they're probably going to beat you, because that's how dominant they are.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, the reason there won't be another West is you watch the Celtics, a team that's about to win the world title. It's all are built around three-pointers. And I guarantee you, nobody's going to stop on a dime from 30 feet to his right. They're just not. It's a different shot. The West shot is built for mid-range and a little beyond, and everything is a three-pointer now. I never thought the Celtics would get this far because their offense is so boring. It's kicked in a little bit with Porzingis, and Drew Holiday's just been out of sight. And they're playing a great brand of ball right now. But you watch NBA games where both teams are just, that's all they're doing is finding the open three-pointer, bing bang, whatever. Horrible.
Yep. Yeah, it's all computers nowadays. That's what it's all about efficiency. Hey, we always appreciate catching up with you. Let's do it again soon. But thank you for taking a little bit of time out of your day and come on and talking about Jerry West.
Awesome, Tom. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much,
Bruce. I appreciate it.
Great Bruce Jenkins. You read him the 3 Dot Lounge in the San Francisco Chronicle, longtime columnist for the Chronicle. If you missed any of our stuff today on Jerry West, we spoke to Gary St. Jean, PJ Carlesimo, and, of course, Bruce Jenkins, all available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. NBA Finals Game 3 this evening. Bob Myers on the pregame show spoke about Jerry West, and he was on the Woj Pod today talking about Jerry West competitiveness. We've got that for you next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda, and you know about Honda's legendary reliability, fuel efficiency, and value. But what you may not know is it has all the cool features that make Hondas so much fun to drive. Backup camera, heated seats, it's got connectability, Apple CarPlay, Bluetooth, Pandora, Sirius, satellite navigation. It's just boop, hit a button and you're good to go. You know where you're going, you can listen to what you want to, you know what I listen to. Well, even throwing some AC/DC. I don't always listen to Tool. The sound system is incredible, and I love going up to Tahoe with it. I go on road trips with it, but once a year we go up to Tahoe, we go golf. I've said it a million times. I'm a big person. I need room. I have room. All my friends are big people. They have room. We got room for the golf clubs. We got room for the gear. Got room for the beer. Got room for everything. So not only is it comfy and has all the bells and whistles, it also takes regular gasoline, so I can save a little bit at the pump, and I kind of like that too. Great deals are happening right now on every feature-packed Honda at your NorCal Honda dealer. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you Wednesday evening here. Kerry, Crowley coming up at the top of the hour. We've been talking a lot about Jerry West today and Bob Myers, who worked very close with him, of course, with the Golden State Warriors and building their dynasty. He was on the NBA Finals pregame show today, and he talked about Jerry West and his friendship together.
Best thing I can say was he was a friend. He was my friend, and that's what hurts me the most. You know, when I was a young agent and I was a nobody, I told him I was going to come to Memphis to see some of our clients, and he said, "What time are you going to land, Bob?" And I said, "I don't know, like 2, 3. Where are you staying?" I said, "I think at the Westin or something." He said, "No, you stay at my house." And I said, "No, I don't need to do that." He said, "I'll pick you up from the airport." Nobody picks anybody up from the airport anymore. Right. You ain't picking me up from the airport. No way, right?
No, I'm not.
So Jerry, he picks me up just by himself, drives me to his house. Here's your room. I spend the night. You can't imagine something more scary than being a young GM with Jerry West as your mentor. But the decency and the kindness and the grace of who he was, I will never forget. And I love people. Give me the people that care too much in life.
Yeah.
Not the ones that don't care enough. And Jerry embodied all that.
Like Stephen A. Like, no, I would not. No, I wouldn't pick you up. No. Never would. I'll tell you.
Look, I mean, Jerry was just working him, trying to get a better deal for the player.
And then working him for a gig for himself, too. He's like, by the way, this guy seems promising. I'll hitch my wagon to this guy.
Yeah, exactly. I never known I might need somebody.
Immediately takes me, by the way, that's a scene like right out of Seinfeld, by the way. Keith Hernandez asked Jerry Seinfeld to help him move.
Yep.
Jerry's like telling Kramer, like, yeah, I got to help him move. He goes, next thing you know, you're going to be driving him to the airport. He goes, I'm not driving him to the airport, dude. Like, it's all these nobody does that anymore. It's right. Nobody picks anybody up or drops them off at the airport. Would you pick me up, Tom?
From Oakland? Absolutely.
Yeah, SFO wouldn't make any sense. Nice. Give us a laugh track.
Yeah,
from Oakland,
people fly into
easy.
Oakland. I pick them up all the time.
He picked me up from Oakland, then he dropped me at Carlesimo Bart is what he would do.
Yeah, what are friends for? Of course I would.
Keep that around, the laugh track and the sounder. I like that.
Of course, I'd take you right to Coliseum Bart.
That is.
In fact,
you can just jump on the connector from Coliseum, from the airport.
Yeah, you get the Bart from the airport and just shoot over to the Coliseum. You're good to go.
You gave Tim a ride to the airport once?
Yeah, Oakland, I think. It wasn't SFO, was it?
You took me to Oakland, dropped me off.
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
I don't think you'll help me move.
No, I won't help you do that.
I mean, that's really pushing. But I got a bad back, Tim. You know that. I can't.
Okay, Tim, by the way, we got another story here. Apparently, Tim drove Rick Barry to the airport one time. Hold on, Tim, back on. I need Tim back on the mic. Did you drive Rick Barry to the airport?
That's absolutely true. It's like 2007 or 8 when Rick was still doing the show here. And Lee Hammer asked me to take him to the airport. This is true. So I drove him in my crappy Camry. It had like one hubcap. And Hammer very famously asked me, he said, could you please get Rick breakfast? And I was like, okay. So he gave me $20. I'm not making this up. So we go to McDonald's and Rick orders like $18.
Hold on, dude. No way. Hold on. Tim, Lee Hammer, this is in the morning. You had to take him to the airport.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So wait. He like came to the station?
He had been doing his show from here, and he spent most of his time in Colorado. So he'd flown out for some sort of event or whatever. And I was working, I believe, on the morning show at the time, and so I was basically Rick's valet. And so Hammer gives me a $20 bill, and he says, get him breakfast. So Rick orders like $18.21 of McDonald's. I don't get anything, right? I drop Rick off at the airport. I get back, and Hammer says, was there any change?
Was there any change? Come on.
Oh, Hammer, come on, bro.
That's
I
brutal.
gave him a handful of change. I was like, yeah, here you go.
Here's your $1.79, Hammer. There you go. Thanks so much.
Did he get the McGriddle?
Yeah, do you know what Rick got? $18 at McDonald's. What was he spending back then?
I think he got the fruit and yogurt parfait.
Oh, who doesn't love that?
Give me 4 of them.
Yeah, he had to get a whole bunch because look, you're eating good if you're spending $20 at McDonald's.
Well, not anymore.
Not anymore, but this was a long time ago.
This is,
Come on, people.
This is like recession time. You know what I mean?
You get sweet tea for $1. You
This is crazy.
Sweet tea for $1. What else can you get for $1 these days? One of my favorite all-time Tom Reeds. Bob Myers on the Adrian. That's an incredible story, by the way, dude. That's so funny. I was Rick's valet. Here's Bob Myers on the Adrian Wojnarowski podcast, the Woj Pod, talking about Jerry West's competitive nature.
One of my favorite things to do with Jerry when we would watch a Warriors game, a guy would get a sprained ankle, he'd hurt himself, and I'd say, Jerry, you'd probably be out for a couple weeks. He would get so pissed. Bob, listen, I broke my nose 20 times, and so I would always mess with him. I'd say, Jerry, if you had gotten that sprained ankle, how long do you think? About a month out? He would get. That's the only thing, and he did, like you said. I read your piece. He was never bitter or opposed to the success of modern players. He was always complimentary, but that was the one area when a player didn't play through, because guys like him. And I said this on SportsCenter, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, Jerry West, that level of competitiveness, I'm not sure they could relate to society. I don't think they were born the same way with the same stuff. Their level of competitiveness transcended what we would mostly define as competitive. And then there's a separate category. He lived in that separate category. So for him to not be able to relate in that way, that was the way, because you would have to tie him down for him not to play in his era. So I always love pushing that button.
I always like to imagine Jerry West, somebody coming up to Jerry and go, you know what, we're gonna rest you tonight. Load management.
Ain't happening.
So that goes. Goes over with Jerry West. I'm gonna get those 3 that he mentioned, though. Yeah, I think they are in a separate category of just. There's great players. I think by nature are competitors. You have to be.
Yeah.
And then there's another level to it where you're just like almost a maniac when it comes to when it comes to your expectations of yourself and expectations of people around you. I think that's why people will say, Kobe was hard to play with because he expected that out of you, and it's like, well, I'm not built like you. Even Michael Jordan during the Last Dance was saying, look, I'm not going to apologize. It almost was like tears in his eyes. I'm not going to apologize for who I am. If you don't play that way, then get out of here. That's what I expect. And I assume Jerry was much the same way, that it's, if you're not here to give it everything you have and every ounce of your energy, then beat it. I don't want you around here. That's difficult, but they drive you to be as good as you can be, but it's not easy for a lot of people.
We actually, since we do have audio, Jerry once was told you're going to sit down here for the next game.
Gotta be dry f***ing humping me, dude.
It's the actual audio of Jerry getting upset about having to sit down for load management. Tolbert and Copes with you until, I'd say about 6 more minutes when Kerry Crowley's going to take over. We'll talk to him when we come on back, only here on the Sports Leader. Rick Barry, Larry Riley, and Scott Ostler joined Murph and Marcus this morning to honor the memory of the late Jerry West. Listen to those podcasts. They're all available now at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract for just $15 a month. You add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. That's Xfinity internet and Stream Saver for just $35 a month. Wow. Good stuff. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead, binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. That's nice. For more watching and less spending, X does indeed mark the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change. You love sports, you love high def, you love all the good stuff in one place. You will love Xfinity.
Happy birthday.
Meow.
What's up, Kerry?
What's up, Kerry? Happy birthday.
Thank you. Where did that come from?
Was it a birthday yesterday?
It was Monday.
It was Monday, so 2 days ago.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you guys within a week.
Yeah, we're
well
good.
within the boundaries.
Yeah.
Of and even if not, we don't care. We're playing it.
We're playing it.
Care
I was
when your
going to
birthday
say
was.
that sounds like you'd play that in the middle of December. Doesn't matter.
It does not matter. We play it as soon as we find out somebody had a birthday.
We're throwing it in, dude.
Yep, and we decide. We're the ultimate arbiters of how late is too late.
Yeah, no, this is good.
Never.
2 days is good. First time we've seen you or talked to you, so that's good. That works for us.
a real pleasure. Somehow I missed Monday, Tuesday with you guys.
Well, the Giants were playing. We couldn't get it in.
Somehow.
Do anything fun for the birthday?
Not really. No.
Perfect.
I was at a wedding this weekend. Always fun. I was the officiant of the wedding. So I don't know about you guys. I mean, I guess we do have a million people who I could ask our good friend Steve Moskowitz. I could ask Kugelman. But because I was the officiant,
Dolan, maybe?
I think I can write off my expenses as taxes. Like, you think
Were you
that's
paid?
possible? I was not paid, but I received gifts. So,
well, in excess of what amount?
do you think it need to be in excess of $600? If it's in excess of $600, I did not get that.
Yeah, okay, no, I don't know, man. I don't think you're gonna be able to write off these expenses, dude.
We'll see.
Now, were you invited, or do they just Because this is one thing I question with friends who are getting married. Then they're like, "Oh, will you be the officiant as well, or will you host? Will you MC the wedding?" Like I went to a buddy's wedding in LA last summer, and the host didn't show up. The MC for the wedding didn't show up.
Ow.
And the DJ's first language was not English. And so the bride's mom was like, "Can you do it?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." But then, I didn't really eat. I was cutting a rug. Got a rug cut in there. Did you cut some rug?
A little bit, not during the ceremony, but during the appropriate times to cut a rug.
Did you keep it quick? Because the officiant of the wedding, you got to be we got to be in and out.
Oh yeah,
dude.
no, it was one of those where I knew that my time would need to be around 7-8 minutes. Otherwise, I was going to get a lot of nasty looks at the cocktail hour.
How many Bible verses did you go to?
There were 0 Bible verses. So
love is blind, love is patient.
Over under was 0.5.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
those of you who bet on it in Vegas,
Thank you, God.
cashed in.
How many jokes do you get off?
I think 2, which I'd consider a win when you get a few laughs. So 7 minutes. I don't know if that's a good joke per minute pace, but overall I'll take it. It was more of a sentimental ceremony, which is what the bride and groom requested.
Did you plug the station at all for us, or?
I did not. No.
So let them know we're streaming on Twitch and YouTube, KNBR.com and the app and all that good stuff.
I think at that time of the day, Marty was streaming, so there were probably enough people already glued.
We're streaming all night.
to the
all
YouTube
night
and
long.
Twitch.
Great job, brother. You should have become
Exactly.
ordained. You could have taken care of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I'm ordained in the Church of Universal Life.
Oh, I'm on that. I'm ordained there too. Actually, it's funny you mentioned that. Yeah, Tim as well. Yeah. Did you guys get the white collar in the mail when they sent it?
I did.
They give you a little certificate, Tom, and they send you a white collar. Tom, it was
you got to be the lifetime.
Yeah, I can't remember. Did I have to pay for? Do we have to pay for this? It was like $20 or something, or was it?
Yeah, it's like
Tim,
$25.
It's like $25, and you get ordained, which is basically you just fill out an account. You know what I mean? You accept the terms.
Oh, that's the best. That is absolutely the best.
Yeah.
So it's just a white collar, straight white collar.
And then it also came with a framed certificate with the package that I bought into. So
you
I've got
upped
the
yourself.
certificates.
Mine didn't get framed.
This wasn't my first rodeo, and
you could probably
they
fool
don't just
people.
let you.
Just throw that on the wall. I should do that. I'll just throw it on the wall and act like it's a diploma.
Yeah. Okay.
I see if I can probably more fool people
research.
than a University of Arizona diploma. So.
I walked right into that one, didn't I?
You did.
Yeah,
Tom.
walked right into it. What are you gonna do? What do you got going on tonight, Kerry?
Talking Giants baseball, talking Jerry West, and taking phone calls for at least the first hour and a half. Who knows? However long people want to call and dial in for, we'll take them. Thoughts on Giants baseball, under 500 and still in control of a wild card spot. How about that? What a system, Rob Manfred.
They're still in control of their own destiny. They control
their own fate. That is nice.
Control their own destiny.
What's their magic number?
Control their own destiny with 90 games to go.
Some games
That's
to go. I'll ask you both this before we turn it over to Kerry. Because I thought today, I go, Solaire's going to get going here in a second. Like, his at-bats, he's still, the outside low. He has trouble with those a little bit, but he's taken a couple walks. He's hit some balls really hard. I just feel like he's starting to, he's going to come out of it soon, and he's going to start putting some balls over the wall, balls in the gap. I could be nuts on this one, but I think that one's coming soon. How do you guys feel?
Ahead,
all right,
Kerry.
didn't sound like I got any amens.
Well, amen from the Universal Life Church.
From the Universal Life Church.
I just got to see it. Today, what do you have, a doink today, and he had that hard hit one up the line? I mean, I just want to see him hit with guys on base. I want to see him hit
and
one
a
out.
walk.
I want to see him hit one out when he's not, when they're not up 6-1.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because those are great, but you want to see him get going. So it'd be nice if he got going. Austin Slater, maybe he needs to come on the show. Slater 3 for 5 with an RBI and a run since he came on Tolbert and Copes.
Yep.
So let's get him on.
You guys could do a Spanish segment. I'd love to hear that.
Kerry didn't sound like he was sold either.
Yeah.
I'm not sold on Soler. I think that if they can,
he has 4
I think
walks
that they might
over
look
his
to
last
trade him
3
at the deadline.
games. I just think he's seeing the ball better, and he's hit some balls really hard. So again, I could come back next week and go, well, that didn't work out for me. But the fact that he's taking walks and laying off a few pitches that he's been swinging at makes me feel like he's seeing the ball better. And then he scorched one today. So the 4 walks over the last 3 means something to me. And I don't know. I have a feeling it's coming, and it's coming relatively soon. There you go. That's why I picked a click.
Tom's got a feeling pick to click.
That's why I picked a click.
Next time you do Diamond Notes, Tom, mention those 4 walks for Who's Hot.
Who's Hot? Soler once walked 4 times over 2 games.
All right.
You don't win awards for Diamond Notes without stats like that.
By the way, we got hosed, guys, because it says the ULC Church, the Universal Life Church, become a legal ULC member, get ordained free from your phone. Sweet.
That's not the full package, though.
You don't get the collar with that package. You don't get the collar there.
You only get certain rights. You can sign a marriage certificate. You can perform a ceremony. But you don't join the inner circle of the Universal Life Church.
The inner sanctum.
We meet on Thursdays, Tom.
Kerry does love the full package.
Yes, he does. Attaboy. There you go.
Thank you.
Have a good show,
Kerry. Have a great show.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Take it easy. Kerry's going to take you right until 9 o'clock. I thought I'd get a little bit of love for Soler. He's like, nah, I got to see it now. Just wake me when it happens. Just I'm good.
I was trying to work in a white-collar crime joke. That's what I was working on, but I never got there. Yeah.
Hey, we do have the Angels coming into town, though.
There we go.
That's kind of part of their pitching staff. Not great. So
come on, Soler. Let's get hot against the Halos.
Watch Soler just go off against my Halos. All right, let's thank our guests today. Good show today. I can't say fun show. It's never fun when you're talking about an icon that's passed away, but it was really, really good to have PJ Carlesimo, Gary St. Jean, and Bruce Jenkins on to kind of talk about it a little bit. Thank you very much for the show. Thank you very much for booking the show, I should say, Derek. Well done today. Thank you, Tim, for running. Good job, as always. It's status quo. Copes, I will see you tomorrow.
We'll do it tomorrow, man.
All right, let's do it tomorrow. Coming up, Kerry Crowley takes you right up until 9 o'clock right here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God! Oh! Shut it down! Let's go home!
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. The show is for the faithful. Touchdown! Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Goodbye!
This is SportsPhone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We are back. What's going on, folks? Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock this evening. This show, SportsPhone KNBR, is presented by Industrial Metal Supply online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. The San Francisco Giants take a series from the Houston Astros. They win it 5-3 in a matchup that I really enjoyed today, watching Logan Webb go against Framber Valdez. 2 ground ball pitchers, and the Giants come away with the win thanks to a key hit from Austin Slater. It was this time last week We sat here and took calls for about 90 minutes, 2 hours on the Giants' decision to send Austin Slater back to the big league roster from AAA Sacramento and send Luis Matos down to the PCL. And since that time, Slater had the walk-off on Monday. He comes up big with 3 hits today, including the hit that broke the game open against the Astros. And the numbers for the season don't look good. They're going to take a while to look good. They may never, if Slater continues his regression a little bit this season, look the way they once did, and he's always been a platoon player for the San Francisco Giants. You can make the case that Luis Matos should be here, that the Giants should be figuring out more about their future right now instead of giving it bats to someone in all likelihood who won't be on the team next year. But you can't take away the fact that the Giants don't win this series against the Houston Astros without winning the 2 games that Austin Slater comes up big for. So the Giants will take that today. They'll appreciate Logan Webb for going 6 innings and giving up just 3 runs, including that Yordan Alvarez home run that he hit out to left center field. That was an impressive shot for Alvarez. Just shows how dangerous he can be. But the bullpen comes up big. Ryan Walker, Tyler Rogers, and Camilo Doval. Walker and Rogers each roll double play balls. That, to me, was huge in the late innings, and a 2-run ball game where you know that the Astros are looking to gain some ground in the American League West. The Astros 7 games under 500 now, but definitely not out of things in a wide open AL West right now. So how do you feel about the San Francisco Giants? Almost 70 games through the season now. You've got fewer than 50 days to go until the Major League Baseball trade deadline. And I think you can make the case that regardless of if the Giants are 10 games over or 10 games under 500, they should be relatively active this year at the trade deadline. One of the things I hate about baseball right now, I'll talk about this later on in tonight's show, is that this third wild card spot has changed the way that we talk about teams. You know, if you're 1 game under 500 and it's June 12th, historically, that's been bad. I mean, we're talking about, firing the general manager. We're talking about replacing the manager. We're talking about selling at the trade deadline. That's not the type of discussion you have in the third wild card era. The type of discussion that 22, 23 teams are having right now is, who can we add? Are we still in this? What will a good week of baseball mean for us? And right now, the Giants in control of their own destiny, as weird of a phrase as that is to say, with 90-plus games to go in this season, 34-35, and yet they're better than the other teams in the middle pack in the National League right now. So what do you make of it? Should the Giants be aggressive? Should they look to make a trade soon? I think you can make the case that, hey, Bo Bichette, the Toronto Blue Jays, if Toronto does decide to sell this year, he could be the premium trade deadline addition for this team. And who would you give up? Is there anyone outside of Bryce Eldridge? I think probably everyone would agree that he's untouchable, but would you trade a Matos? Would you trade a Luciano? Would you trade some of these guys that you've seen over the last 2 seasons now to get better right now? Do you believe in this team? Because, the National League is wide open. There's teams at the top, the Phillies, the Dodgers, who performed all season. But even the team that leads the wild card race, the Atlanta Braves, they've really been struggling at the plate this year. So would love to take the temperature of this Giants fan base this evening. We will do so here on the other side. We'll take your calls. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Dial us up. We will be taking your calls on the state of the San Francisco Giants, your thoughts on what this team should do when we come back. You're listening. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Bruce Jenkins, PJ Carlesimo, and Gary St. Jean join Tolbert and Copes all to discuss the great life and legacy of Jerry West, who passed away today at the age of 86. More on those interviews trending now on KNBR.com, the KNBR app, and our KNBR podcast page.
Slater, line drive, right center field, base hit. Soler in to score. Here comes Wisely around third, and he will score. Big hit for Austin Slater. He's 3 for 3 today. It's only the fourth inning, and the Giants lead 4-1.
Dub Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, we are back here on SportsPhone KNBR. Kerry, Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening. Hanging out after Giants' 5-3 win over the Houston Astros. The Giants in third place in the National League wildcard standings despite their 34-35 record. Hey, they take a series against the Houston Astros, and I guess they have to be feeling good about themselves after that. I think they'd like to be over 500 right now. I think that to this point in the season, they've been pretty disappointing to me, but when you're in a playoff spot, you're in a playoff spot. Mediocrity rules the National League. So enough from me. Let's get your thoughts on the San Francisco Giants. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We got callers on the line. Let's go to Big Earn in Petaluma. Big Earn in Petaluma, you're on SportsPhone. How's it going this evening?
Hey, good evening, Kerry, and happy belated birthday, by the way.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
What's on your mind tonight?
I'm feeling for Mr. Soler. You know, Jorge, I've been supporting him. I'm his biggest fan. I support him. I've been super patient, and I was thrilled when we got him, and I followed him through his Braves days, and, man, I was just so impressed how he just exploded with his bat, and I'm waiting for it. I know it's going to happen, but I feel for the guy. I know just with personal experiences, you know, I was put on a team a while back, a couple of years back, and it's a lot of pressure because you're trying to make that impression. You want to, you know, help the guys. You want to just because you're in a new uniform, and I know he's going to relax. He's got to get good contact on the ball, put it in play, barrel it up. It's there. It's just he's pressing. And when I see him at the bat, it's like I'm seeing myself when I was playing on a new team. It's like I'm trying to impress, and you just got to relax, you know. And I feel for him, but I know he's going to be there. He's an awesome guy, just like I said, from his Braves days. And of course, what can you say with you know, Mr. Slater today, man? He's becoming who he is. And if we all start clicking the Giants like this, we're going to control destiny. We're going to be right there in the mix. And I know we're there, third spot in the wild card. But, Kerry,
absolutely. I think you bring up a good point, Ern, with Soler because – and thank you for the call, but I think you bring up a good point with him because you can see with no runners on base, the OPS is above 800. I mean, it's close to what is his career OPS. But with runners on base, the OPS is hovering around 500. Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic said it on Murph and Marcus this morning. He's just been a different player, and that is a product of the pressure that he's feeling. There's no doubt in my mind. You can't get this deep into the season and have those splits be so significant. And I think he's just so desperate to come through in those situations with runners on base that he's expanding the strike zone. And you see it even in a game like today. You know, he goes 2 for 2 with 2 walks, but he expanded a few times, and one of those hits was a ball that should have been caught in right field, and it felt like, you know, that was a pitch outside the strike zone that he didn't necessarily need to chase. And so you hope that by July, by August and September, those numbers even out a little bit for his sake and for the Giants' sake. But I think that there's been such pressure on him to make a good first impression. And now that you're 70 games into the season, that first impression is gone, and he never lived up to the hype with runners on base. So now he's really in his head about that. So I'm fascinated to see what he does before the All-Star break, really over the next month from now, because he's got to get it going for this Giants team to reach its potential. Let's go to Mike in San Francisco. Mike in San Francisco, you're on SportsPhone. Mike, how's it going this evening?
Hey, Kerry, how's it going? I'm doing pretty well, thanks for asking.
Yeah, what's on your mind tonight, Mike?
Soler, I'm really glad to see him go to right field. I just want to, give a shout out to the last caller for that because I'm hard on the guy. But I'm happy he went to right field today, and that's a big step for him, I think. Yeah. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about ring chasing and alluding to what you were saying earlier. I want to say none of the guys that I believe that none of the guys that have played in the majors this year should be up on the trade block. I believe in the homegrown talent, but but we got guys in the minors that can be. And getting to the meat of it, like today was a big day, looking at the season in general. I think the Houston Astros are kind of like a borderline playoff seller.
They very well could be if it wasn't for the wide open AL West right now. I mean, all it takes is one good week, and the Astros are right back in control of their own destiny in that division.
Absolutely, and I was just happy to see that they were still in third place, and they're 31 and 38. But getting 2 out of 3 from them was pretty important. And after Baker, you gotta say to yourself, maybe this team might be in mode for change. If the All-Star break or not the All-Star break, but the trade deadline comes up and they're still not in it. So Jordan Alvarez is the target, of course. And that's up there.
I unfortunately don't think that Jordan Alvarez is going anywhere. I think that Alex Bregman could potentially go somewhere. I think that there's a number of guys that the Astros would like to trade if that was the scenario. Jordan Alvarez will be an Astro for a long time. That's kind of out of the question.
I totally get what you're saying, and I respect your opinion too. But thanks for having me on, and have a lovely evening.
Oh, thanks for the call, Mike. Always appreciate your thoughts. Good stuff. Mike in San Francisco, 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's go to John in Santa Rosa. John in Santa Rosa, you're on SportsPhone. John, how's it going this evening?
Kerry, how you doing?
Doing well on my end. What's on your mind tonight?
Oh, I would love to see Bo Bichette at shortstop, but here's my thing, Kerry. At the trade deadline, you're probably going to have maybe 6-7 teams still bunched together. I'm sure it's going to be hard to acquire people. Because
it's going to be very difficult.
Asking for everybody. So my concern still is starting pitching, too. I just don't know what we're going to get out of Cobb or Robbie Ray or Blake Snell. So, who's thrown this weekend? Do we even know yet? Against the Angels?
I haven't looked ahead to the Angels schedule, but with the off day, you can kind of recalibrate the rotation a little bit. So you might get Harrison on Sunday because he threw on Monday. So it's they're going to be a work in progress. You probably get Keaton Wynn again. So the Giants' rotation is a bit of a mess right now. It's going to be a bit of a mess until they have Blake Snell, Alex Cobb, and Robbie Ray. And it feels like they do this every year where they go into the year short on starting pitching, and they hope that some guys come back. Some guys inevitably get hurt. It's just kind of this complicated dance, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it's hopefully it all works out. Thanks, Kerry.
Yeah, thank you for the call. I appreciate your thoughts this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We had a few people on the line who just dropped off, but please do give us a call. Give us your thoughts on who the Giants should look to add if they should be in position to add right now. Because I think about the team this way: 34 and 35 is disappointing. Where they're at right now, no doubt in my mind, I thought that they would be far ahead of this. 5, 6, 7 games over 500. I thought that with the off-season additions that they made, that they'd be a better team than they were a season ago. Right now, 34 and 35, they're kind of playing at that pace, 79 and 83, which they were last year. And that's not to say that they can't get over 500. The schedule gets soft. You got to win this series against the Angels. If you do, you're 500. If you sweep it, you're over. But you can't have those weeks where you lose 6 in a row like they just had, starting with that loss against the Phillies, then the sweep against the Yankees. The Giants have to find a way to be more competitive and to rise above the mediocrity in the National League, because there is a lot of it right now. You mentioned that they're the third wildcard team. You look at the rest of the National League and the Diamondbacks, my goodness, they're underperforming this year. They've got no pitching, no starting pitching, and they're still in the race. You've got the Washington Nationals hanging around the race right now. They never expected to be competitive this year. You've got the Pittsburgh Pirates in second place in the NL Central. Come on, the Pittsburgh Pirates. And yet, you think about the Pirates, they're a team you could make the case they should be adding at the trade deadline or even before it, because they've got Paul Skeens and Jared Jones in their rotation. They're a team with that 1-2 punch no one wants to see in the postseason, especially in those early rounds where you've got the wild card situation. Look, they're a team that, yes, the Dodgers, the Phillies would be fine seeing if you get to that situation, because you know that the Pirates lineup isn't going to stack up. But what I mean by all of this is to say, all of these teams, all of these mediocre teams hovering at or around 500 or just below 500 in the case of the National League, they can all, with one good week, take real control of their own destiny. And the Giants, over the next 6-7 weeks, will have the opportunity to do that for themselves. 7 weeks to go until the trade deadline. You think about where this team is right now, think about where this team should be, and about all the money that ownership spent this offseason to be competitive, to end this 10-year drought of not winning a playoff series. And I think you can make the case that this Giants team should look into adding pieces sooner rather than later. So if that's the case, who would you like to see wearing a Giants uniform? We'll take more of your calls on the other side. 415-808-KNBR is the number. You're listening to KNBR 104.5-680, the sports leader.
No balls, 2 strikes to Mauricio Dubon. And Camilo Doval sets, he throws, and did he swing? Yes! And the ball game is over. A cutter on the outside. Dubon started to go, then held on, and then the appeal was made. to Rob Drake, the first base umpire, and he said that was a swing. Strike 3. The Giants take the series 2 out of 3 from the Astros with a 5-3 win. A win for Webb, a save for Doval.
This is SportsPhone KNBR. Dial the digits or send us a text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045.
Back here on SportsPhone KNBR, Kerry, Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock. A reminder, this segment is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. Well, you just heard John Miller on the final call. Camilo Doval made quick work of the Houston Astros today. It was nice to see. Mike Krukow noted on his broadcast on TV that Doval's tightened up his slider a little bit since coming home back to San Francisco after some of the issues that he encountered on the road trip. So that was encouraging for the Giants. They get Austin Slater going in this series against the Houston Astros. Jorge Soler reaches base 4 times today. And look, it's still a team that's 34-35. It's still, in my opinion, a relatively disappointing mark at this juncture of the season. But you can't deny the fact that the Giants are in a playoff position, that third wildcard slot right now, and they've got the opportunity to create some separation against a softer schedule that continues with the Angels coming to town over the weekend. So 415-808-KNBR is the number. If there's a player you'd like to see the Giants add via trade, if there's thoughts that you have on whether the Giants should be buying, selling, anything like that, 7 weeks to go until the trade deadline. Let's hear them. Let's head out to Ian in North Beach. Ian in North Beach, you're on SportsPhone. Ian, how's it going this evening?
Hey, it's going well. I'm just in the car, but yeah, I went to the game today, and it was a great game. And I think that, things are looking good. We got the cavalry coming soon with all the pitchers. And, I mean, I wouldn't mind them adding, maybe trading some of the young pitching that we have. But,
yeah,
I don't know Kawhi Tung or what we got. But I would if there was available another bat, I'd be down. But, I just like where we're at. If we can, I'm feeling good about our prospects.
What was the sense that you got today when Slater came up to the plate? Because a lot of Giants fans have lacked confidence in Slater this season, and deservedly so. I mean, he was awful in the month of April before he got injured. What was the sense inside the ballpark today after he'd reached base a few times and they needed him to deliver?
Yeah, and didn't he have a steal? I don't know. I can't remember.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. His speed, you can tell he's definitely like our fastest dude. So I think, I thought it was positive. I think overall real fans understand that, it was the right choice to, send Matos down and keep Slater up. And it was like the wise decision. And so it seems to be paying off, and Slater's making it, he's back. I was happy when he was up to bat. I looked up and he was 3 for 3, and he got another. Did he get another hit? I can't remember.
He did not. He ends up finishing 3 for 5 today, but he did have that stolen base in the second inning. So good that you pointed that out there, Ian. Appreciate the phone call. Good stuff. Thank you for dialing in this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. It's interesting with this Slater-Matos debate going on right now. I think that I was of the belief last week that Matos should have been on the big league roster. And I don't know that I'm totally convinced that Matos shouldn't be on the big league roster right now, even though he'd struggled mightily, even though his at-bat quality had declined. He was chasing pitches outside the strike zone, still just 22 years old, and he's someone who represents a big piece of your future. Austin Slater, he's delivered this week. You can't argue with that. You can't argue with the walk-off on Monday, leading the Giants to the win today with the big hit off of Framber Valdez in the 4th inning. But I would love to hear from you. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Lloyd and Folsom, you're on SportsPhone. Lloyd, how's it going this evening?
It's going well. How are you?
Doing well on my end. What's on your mind tonight, Lloyd?
Well, my thing is, how many years have we waited for Slater to become what he is? So deadly against.
I don't think that the Giants are waiting any longer. They knew by 2020 exactly what he was, which is a platoon outfielder.
Which is, for me, a complete waste.
Okay, if we're going to do that, and we're going to know from 2020, it's now 2024, why aren't we doing that for Matos? Let's give the kid 4 years to become a complete player. Yeah.
Get him on the game. Let him hit. I don't care if he can't hit left-hander or right-handers or whatever. Neither can Slater. I mean, but Slater's out of options.
Yeah.
He's going to be a free
he's the
agent.
longest tenure member of the Giants team, so he's been out of options for a little while now.
Right, and he's going to be a free agent for the first time at the end of the year. So, yeah, he's going to try to crank it up and make some numbers so he can get paid. No, let him go get paid on his own. Let's get Matos up, get him playing, and let's get the kid going. And if we have to make some kind of a move, I think we need a shortstop. That's got to be our number one issue.
Yeah, shortstop to me is clearly the need right now, and Bo Bichette is probably the top player on the market. He's really struggled this year at the plate with Toronto, but, Brett Wisely can't necessarily hang there defensively. I've loved what I've seen at the plate from Wisely this season. I think that he's taken a huge step forward in his game, but he's probably more of a second baseman for the San Francisco Giants at this point in his career. So I think, Giants are going to have a tough call to make on whether the price is worth it for a Bo Bichette, because they'd have to throw in some prospects there, Lloyd.
That's true, and here's the thing. Sometimes a change of scenery brings a guy's back to life.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Might be worth the investment.
Marco Scutaro, anyone remember him? Change of scenery, brought his bat to life?
Absolutely. Standing in the rain, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff. Thank you for the call, Lloyd.
Thanks.
Appreciate your thoughts this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Just to go back to that, 2012, Marco Scutaro with the Colorado Rockies had a 271 average and a 684 OPS. He comes over to the Giants for the final 61 games of the season, 362 average with an 859 OPS. You're probably not going to get that from a Bo Bichette or anyone you potentially acquire at the deadline, but the Giants are in need of a shortstop right now. I don't know if Wisely can play the position full time. I tend to lean more toward a second baseman, more toward someone who just starts anytime you've got a right-hander on the mound. You just figure out a way to get him in the lineup somehow, and you rotate him around the field as a utility guy. But the Giants need that left-handed bat. But there are still other thoughts, other issues, other conundrums, dilemmas that this team is facing right now. And so we turn to you, the fan, to provide us with some insight. Let's go to John in Oakland. John in Oakland, you're on SportsPhone. John, how's it going this evening?
Good. So I think, on the Matos and Slater thing, I do feel like it's a one or the other type of thing. Like, I wish you could have them both here. But unfortunately with Matos, right, like, he needs the reps. And so I have full faith in his ability to be a major league player on a major league roster. But if he's not getting those reps, what are you going to do? Because I feel like at that point in time, you almost have to push Yaz back down, right? Because you can't play Yaz every day either, it seems like. They are, and Slater has always been that platoon thing. So with Ramos being so hot in center field, you're certainly not going to throw Conforto under the bus. He's still doing probably better than Slater or Matos is consistently, even though he's got his scuffles now. So they're certainly, constructed in a way where they have a bit too much platoon. And I think that always goes to just like Farhan's inability to put together a true roster sometimes of, I love Yaz, I love Slater, but like you got to have corner infielders that can simply play every day. And I think since, the Giants have moved away from that, it does make a struggle when you have somebody like a Matos that, hey, if he can move into a corner infield, now you're taking it there. And I think that's the opportunity. It's that, and you have to then push down Yaz and Slater, because I don't think it's worth keeping both of those guys on just to bring them in as pinch hitters. So
I think you bring up a really good point, John, in that it's just untenable to have a roster where you've got 3 or 4 platoons. And the Giants have tried to do it the last 3 or 4 seasons. It's been part of Farhan Zaidi's kind of philosophy for this team, for this organization. And one of the ways that he wanted to do it was, one of those guys eventually wins the job and proves that he should play every day. Or, you have a prospect come up and it forces 2 players to be sent off the roster. But the Giants, it feels like they've been stuck in this cycle of Slater and Yastrzemski in right field since 2019, and that's just far too long to go on with the platoon. And they both had very productive moments for the Giants. Mike Yastrzemski plays outstanding defense in right field, and Austin Slater's had his moments against left-handers, but it just can't go on for this long.
And I think, as a fan, the struggle with it is like, do I love those guys? Yeah, because I'm a true fan, and I've been watching the team over the last 6 or 7 years, and Slater's the longest tenured Giant, I think, right? And Yaz has a history with his family. But, like, for a semi-casual fan that wants to tune in on the weekends or go out to the ballpark, you want somebody who's going to be there and draw that in. And so, if you had that, the money makes up for it almost for the people in the butts in the seats. And I think we've been kind of playing in this space of, well, are we saving some money by platooning these guys? They're still making good big league cash. But if you just had one player and you gave them both those salaries together, are you actually in a better position? And that's kind of where I feel like we've
it's a really good thought.
Too much of a traditional thing.
I do have a question for you, because we're on the topic of, you're obviously a diehard, and I think that you capture the sense of casual fans want to see one player who comes up and wins a job. Do you think Elliot Ramos and what he's done over the last few weeks, do you think this is sustainable? Do the Giants finally have a homegrown outfielder, or is it just a really good month of baseball and you're in wait-and-see mode?
Man, I'm like, you got to have 300 to 400 ABs, and then we'll see what kind of player you are. But, I truly believe, in Zaidi's system, he has made his place that they're going to keep on bringing him up and keep on trying it. I think, what do you do, though, right? When you get our big signing outfielder and free agent, back next year from his injury, where does that put Ramos? Does it put him to a corner infield spot? Okay. Now you got Matos again. So, I think those are the decisions they're going to have to come up with. What I would love to see is, Ramos is great, but, I'd like to see him sustain this for the next 2 months. And that's a great trade chip. If he shows that, and let's think to the future about what we could really build off of this. Because, in all honesty, I'd love to see the Giants in the playoffs, but you've said it a lot. Playing for a play-in spot kind of thing, one of these third wild cards, give me a break. Let's develop a roster that's actually going to compete in the offseason. And I think that's a next season thing. Happy to see some excitement as we work into the fall, but I'm not looking at October. That's not happening with this team. Let's just be real. But let's build a roster that's actually sustainable, and let's take some of the success that we have from a couple of these young guys to another caller's point. So that's my view of it. Still enjoy watching.
Oh, great.
A 500 team, you never know what you're going to tune in for. So that's always exciting.
That is extremely true, and extremely true this season. John, thank you so much for the call. Appreciate your thoughts this evening. A 500 team, you never know what you're going to get. I think that kind of sums up everything about what I've thought of this Giants team to date. There have been stretches of baseball that have made you think they need to start from scratch. I mean, there were points at the end of April, early May, where I thought, this is hopeless. I mean, they're going nowhere. You can tell early in the season the free agent signings weren't paying off. And then all of a sudden, Luis Matos comes up, Elliot Ramos comes up, a few players get hot, and the Giants look like one of the better teams in the National League. And you felt like, okay, they could do what they did last season and get hot, take control of their own destiny. And then if they could add at the trade deadline as opposed to bringing in A.J. Pollock, then maybe they finish the season in a wild card spot. Then maybe you feel good about the future. And then, you have the stretch where you lose 6 in a row, and now the Giants have battled back with series wins against the Rangers and the Astros. And so up and down, I think that John just captures it well. It's a roller coaster when you're watching a 500 team. And quite frankly, that's what I think these Giants are right now, which is why I'll make the case that if they don't add at the trade deadline, they're going to finish right around 79 to 82 wins, and it's not going to be enough. They're going to be kicking themselves. They're going to be looking at this season as a missed opportunity. They're going to look at all the money that they spent last offseason, say, wasn't worth it. And maybe just getting in isn't worth it, but as many, many wild card teams of the past can tell you, the Diamondbacks as recently as last season, just get in, you have a shot. Any longtime Giants fan knows that you can do damage as a wild card team. You have to get hot at the right time. You have to have the right players get hot at the right time. I think every Giants fan knows from watching this team 2010, 2012, 2014, obviously this is a very different situation right now. And you don't want to compare this year's team, this organization right now, to what happened back then. But what I will say is the right additions at the deadline can make a major difference for a ball club. I think this is a Giants ball club that, few tweaks here, few tweaks there, they could be in a good spot. They're going to wait and see. They'll say, okay, watch Alex Cobb come back, watch Robbie Ray come back, watch what this rotation looks like with Blake Snell. I'm in wait and see mode because I want to see who they go bring in from the outside to make this a more compelling squad. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Giants conversation will continue on the other side with your phone calls, some post-game cuts from today, some sound from Bob Melvin and Giants players after a 5-3 win over the Houston Astros. Some thoughts on Logan Webb in the 7 o'clock hour. Alex Simon going to join us around 7:35 this evening talking Giants baseball. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants took advantage on Logan Webb Day and won 5-3 to take 2 out of 3 games against the Houston Astros. More post-game quotes from Austin Slater, Bob Melvin, Logan Webb, and more trending on KNBR.com, KNBR app, and our KNBR socials at KNBR.
Sound off on the sports leader. SportsPhone KNBR keeps rolling right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, we are back here on SportsPhone KNBR. Kerry, Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock this evening. The Giants win today, 5-3 over the Houston Astros. Hard to say that they really needed it this early in the season, but you get the sense with the way that this National League wildcard race is unfolding or not unfolding that every series win is going to matter. And I don't think that the Giants are a team that's going to come up with a lot of sweeps this season. I don't think that we're going to see this team have multiple 6-7 game win streaks over the final 3 months of this season. I think this is going to be a team that just grinds out series and does so with, a bullpen like they had today with Ryan Walker, Tyler Rogers, both inducing double play balls, and then Camilo Doval shutting the door with timely hitting like they had today from Austin Slater, and with solid starting pitching. And I think that starting pitching is, interestingly enough, one of the biggest questions about this Giants team right now. Even with Logan Webb pitching as well as he has, he's top 10 in the National League in ERA. He leads Major League Baseball with 92 1/3 innings on this season. I'll talk more about Webb in the 7 o'clock hour, but I think that the pitching dilemma, and I'd love to get your thoughts on this, 415-808-KNBR is the number. The pitching dilemma is kind of going to define how the Giants perform this season. And I say that fully understanding that the offense isn't all that good. Like, this offense is in many ways mediocre, middle of the pack, not in any way, shape, or form a offense that would scare another team's pitching staff come the month of October. But I say that the pitching is going to define the season because the Giants have so many of their hopes riding on Blake Snell living up to the contract that they gave him when he comes back from the injured list. And let me put it clear. I don't think that Blake Snell can live up to be a $30+ million guy. I think that, if he's great over the remainder of the season, if he's Cy Young caliber, he's probably $25 million from this point out. But I think that it's going to be a struggle to even get that form from him. You're probably looking at, hey, just slot in, be a comfortable number 2 or number 3. Give us what we haven't seen from you, which is quality starts, which is being able to get through 5 solid innings of one-run ball, which the Giants have not yet seen from Blake Snell this season. And aside from him, he really isn't even the biggest question mark on this staff. You've got Alex Cobb, who's dealt with a number of injuries, coming off of the hip surgery that he had at the end of last season and dealing with the arm and shoulder troubles that he's had as he's ramped up to get going this year. Alex Cobb is a major question mark for the San Francisco Giants, and if they can rely on him for innings over the final 3 months of the season. And then you've got Robbie Ray, who the Giants have been very excited about Robbie Ray, and he's been really excited about the progress that he's made coming off of Tommy John surgery. Remember, they acquired him in the deal that sent Mitch Haniger up to the Seattle Mariners. They got out of that contract, but to get out of that contract, they got Robbie Ray on the books, and he has the ability to opt out at the end of this year. But if he doesn't, Giants are on the hook for $50 million for Robbie Ray over the next 2 seasons. And so they really need him at some point during that contract to be good. And I think that in the year 2024, they could really use those great innings right now. Because you look at the state of this rotation. Kyle Harrison has a lot of room to grow, but he has certainly not been a problem for the San Francisco Giants. In fact, Harrison has pitched maybe better than I expected in terms of the outcome and the results. I don't think the stuff is as flashy or as, it makes your eyes pop as much as I maybe thought when the Giants drafted him in the 3rd round out of De La Salle in 2020, and I saw him matriculate through the minors where the fastball was just so electric, and you could sometimes see that breaking ball have some big whiffs on it. I think that Harrison's actually kind of getting by like a old veteran would get by. He maybe doesn't have the best stuff, but he understands the art of pitching, and I think that has benefited him really well. And, he's someone who's going to run into the innings threshold. Jordan Hicks is going to run into the innings threshold where the Giants are going to get to a point where they feel uncomfortable about the number of innings that he's thrown. And, over the past month or so, we've started to see he's not giving you 5 or 6. It's more like you're fortunate to get through 3 or 4 with Jordan Hicks right now. And the ERA is still great. He still managed to limit the damage. He's far exceeded my expectations, but I do think that pitching will be a major source of the dilemmas, the conundrums that the Giants face. And I would love to game out ahead to the trade deadline right now and say, 7 weeks from this point forward, the Giants should be acquiring a top-tier starting pitcher. But who knows? They could get Snell back, and he could be that top-tier starting pitcher. Robbie Ray could regain the form that he showed prior to undergoing Tommy John surgery last year. And Alex Cobb, who, 37, 38 years old, still understands how to pitch, he could still be a net positive for the Giants. Now, all of those players, all of those pitchers that I just mentioned, could still be net negatives for this team. And if that's the case, what do? Because the Giants are in an interesting situation from a 40-man roster perspective, where they have brought Mason Black onto the 40-man roster, Kaiwei Tang onto the 40-man roster, Spencer Howard onto the 40-man roster, Landon Roop onto the roster right now. And they're not inclined to DFA any of those guys. In fact, when they brought them onto the roster, the anticipation, the expectation was they would be helping the 26-man throughout this regular season. And Spencer Howard's on the roster right now. He has helped. But the prospects who came through the Giants system in Roop, in Black, in Tang, Giants haven't gotten much from those players. And when you have, bloat at the end of the 40-man roster, it just makes it difficult to bring pitchers back, to bring guys back. And so I think that could make for an active trade deadline, regardless of if the Giants are buying or selling. They could be doing 2-for-1 deals where they're trading away 2 guys on their roster to bring in 1 just to settle things down, because they've still got to activate Ray. They've got to activate Cobb. They've got to bring some of these other pitchers off of the IL. So 415-808-KNBR is the number. Got a text here from 602 down in Arizona, not understanding why everyone thinks this is dismal. They've won 8 of the last 11 series and are 19-14 on that run. That's pretty good. It's true. They have been good. They have been better. I'm not saying it's dismal. I'm saying that the expectation, the standard should be higher. And I think that we've talked about this on this show many times. If you're getting the 3rd wildcard spot, that's not really something to celebrate as an organization. If you're saying being 500 is good enough, I don't think that that's something that you look at and say, we can point to that, be proud of it. I think the standard for the San Francisco Giants as an organization should be much higher. I think that after spending the money that they spent this offseason, the expectation should be that, hey, you're not just sneaking in to a wild card spot. You were leading the wild card race. You're winning 88 to 90 games. You're making sure that all those additions that you brought on, that you vetted, that you stuck your neck out for, if you're Farhan Zaidi, that those guys are coming up big for you. And right now it just feels like, the Giants have gotten by on Elliot Ramos's production at the plate, and it's been good. In fact, it's been great to see for Elliot Ramos, someone who I advocated for much of the second half of last season, to come up and make a difference at the big league level. But, when you're talking about a lineup that's middle of the pack, and you're talking about a starting rotation that's got question marks, it's easy to see why fans could have some concerns, could have some big picture concerns about the state of the organization, why people might feel uneasy headed into a trade deadline 7 weeks from now. But with all that being said, that's why I wanted to center this show around a few tweaks here, a few tweaks there. Let's see what the Giants can do. And we got another texter, 510 on the text line, saying, a few tweaks here, a few tweaks there is exactly right. A lot of the season's been affected by tweaks to hamstrings, adductors, shoulders, groins, and that's why the Giants are struggling, plus underperformance by the new additions. Giants still have a chance, and the combination of better health performances and an addition or two can swing things in the Giants' favor. I fully agree with that texter that, you get people healthy, Snell, Ray, Cobb, namely, and you bring in a bat. Probably a bat at the shortstop position, but the shortstop market is bleak right now. And who knows if the Blue Jays would even be willing to trade Bo Bichette. So you're talking about a situation where the Giants are looking at all of these other teams. You stare down the Padres. You stare down the Diamondbacks. You stare down the Cubs and the Central, the Pirates, the Nationals. The Mets are falling out of the race. But all of these teams are going to be competing with the same other teams for the players who are on 5 or 6 rosters because of the mediocrity that's pervasive in the National League, and because of the fact that so many teams are in this wild card race, that there aren't going to be many sellers at the deadline, that the pickings are going to be really, really slim. And so you're going to have to either swing for the fences and go really big, or you're going to have the players who are in-house produce for you. And look, I think that if you get Blake Snell, Robbie Ray, Alex Cobb healthy, that's a perfect outcome for the San Francisco Giants. Then they become a team that no one wants to face in the first round of the wild card series. If you've got Logan Webb, Blake Snell, and Robbie Ray all at their best, good luck. Because you can get by on a mediocre offense. You can get by with a lineup that doesn't produce more than 4 or 5 runs a game if those pitchers are at their best. But getting to that point is an uphill battle. It's an optimistic outlook, and I don't think we can say that it's a likely outcome for the San Francisco Giants at this point. So what do? I think they need to add. I think they need to take a big swing, and I think that it could be a Mike Trout. It could be someone who, is injured right now, is playing on a contract that an organization doesn't necessarily want, and the Giants can look at those situations and say, we can take on the payroll if it means that we're not trading away significant prospect capital, and if it means we're getting someone for the long haul who might be here. Because I mentioned this before, Robbie Ray, he might be here, whether he's good or not. Mike Trout might not be healthy for the next 5 seasons. He might only play 70, 80 games a season, but when he is healthy, he can change everything for you. And we know the Giants have a documented history of struggling to sign big free agent talent. And so what will they do to make up for that? Well, first, the answer is you need to develop talent in-house. You need to draft and develop guys who become the core of your organization. We've seen them do it before. We know that they have some pieces inside the organization that they're really excited about. Now they need to make sure that they capitalize on those opportunities. But what happens next? It's anyone's guess. Let's go out to Will in the Sunset. Will in the Sunset, you're on SportsPhone. Will, how's it going this evening?
Good talking to you again tonight, Kerry. Great show.
Oh, thank you. What's on your mind this evening, Will?
I was listening to your analysis, and there's maybe one thing that I was contrary to, and that was this idea that we go shopping and not try to just get it done with the guys we have. And the reason I say that is because we have this manager now who, over in Oakland, for like 4 or 5 years, he would take young players and make them big league. I don't know if he'd make them big, but he'd sure create an environment where young players could succeed. And I really think that's what's going to go on here with Patrick Bailey. He looks like a completely more confident player.
Yeah, he's really good.
And I think I really think we got the man to do the job. And I guess one other thing I wanted to say was, the first time around the league, I think the Giants match up really good with all those other 7 or 8 teams that are in the run for the playoffs. So we're not giving up to anybody. Only New York came in and kind of like pushed us around, right?
Yeah, and the Yankees are an exceptional team this year. I think that they've got their vision set on a World Series. But I think my point, Will, is the Giants should strive to be much better than those 6 or 7 other teams instead of being, hanging around, winning some series, losing some others. I think the frustrating part is they should be significantly better than those teams. And you look at the standings, and right now they're only slightly better than those teams, and that's an issue.
I completely agree with you, but I would ask you to consider the trouble we've had with injuries and all that this year. I really think we haven't played up to our top potential yet. And my prediction is that when the weather gets really hot, that our hitters jump on mistakes. They're really good mistake hitters, and that our offense will take off in July and August, and that we'll put another maybe 10-game winning streak together. And if that happens, I'm going to be calling you back.
Oh, absolutely. I'd invite you to call on. Will, you could sit in here and do the show with me. I'd love that.
Oh, Kerry, you're really doing great. Didn't you do the warm-ups for the Giants game the other day?
Oh, yeah. We do the warm-ups on the weekends. We have a lot of fun here, so all good stuff.
Yeah. I just hope I hear you on the radio more. You really are a baseball head. You really are.
I appreciate that, Will. Thank you for the call. Good stuff. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's go out to Jonathan in Vallejo. Jonathan in Vallejo, you're on SportsPhone. How's it going this evening?
Hey, Kerry, how are you?
Doing well on my end. What's on your mind tonight?
Good. Hey, I disagree, and not strenuously, but I think a wild card is something to celebrate because, one, players play, and if you look at the roster that the Giants continually run out, they're doing great for what they have. We don't have the Dodgers lineup. We don't have the Yankees lineup. They just, you have to have the horses to win the race.
Mm-hmm.
And the Giants don't have those horses.
Yeah.
So the positive thing I see is let the kids play. We didn't know what Lincecum was. We didn't know who Posey was. We didn't know who Kane was. But they came up through the organization. They stayed steady. They improved. And they got 3 rings.
Yeah.
And I think getting 3 rings is awesome. I do believe that there is a standard of excellence.
I think that there was a standard of excellence. I think that when you change everyone in the front office and you change owners and you change a lot about the organization, I don't know how much you can hang on to that standard of excellence.
Yeah, the big thing for me, if we want free agents to come, you got to rebuild the wall out there. There's more tax here. It's a difficult park to make a lot of money as a player, and at the end of the day, it's a business, and everybody wants to get paid. You're not coming to a Giants yard if you're an offensive player to make money. If you're a pitcher, you're going to do well because it's hard to hit the ball out there. But
it's a very interesting point. It's a very interesting. Jonathan, we could do a whole show on whether they should change the dimensions of Oracle Park and whether that would make a difference or not. I think that I'm gonna have to sit with that one. I'm gonna have to sit with that one and give it some thought. But I'm definitely gonna talk about that tomorrow night.
Yeah, everybody wants to make money, and how you make money is based on the back of your baseball card. And if you're not Barry Bonds, you don't have a very good baseball card.
That's a very good point. Jonathan, thank you for the call. We do have to hit a quick commercial break here. On the other side, we're going to get to Craig and a few other callers as well. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Talking Giants baseball. Alex Simon going to join me around 7:35 this evening. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Here's a liner out toward right center field. Dubon sprinting back, and this one's over his head and off the bottom of the wall. Slater in to score. Chapman into second with a double. And Matt Chapman just blasted that one. He and Jose Altuve having a little laugh at second base. Chapman almost like he stumbled coming into the bag at second. Hopefully everything's okay. He's had this hamstring injury. Man, did he hit that hard. It's 2-0 Giant.
Speak your mind on these sports leaders. SportsPhone KNBR keeps coming at you. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
18th double of the season today for Matt Chapman. At 40 doubles is a real possibility for him in San Francisco. In the first year of what could be 3 for Matt Chapman with the Giants, but if he has a great second half, he'll probably opt out of that contract, and, well, that's a discussion for another day. The Giants win 5-3. They're up to 34-35 on the season. 415-808-KNBR is the number. SportsPhone KNBR is the show. We're going to open up the phone lines once again. Let's head out to Craig up in Oregon. Craig in Oregon, you're on SportsPhone. Craig, how are you this evening?
Hey, Kerry, I'm all right. How you doing, big guy?
Oh, doing well on my end. What's on your mind tonight, Craig?
Well, hey, happy birthday, as people say. You're a Gemini.
Thank you.
As well, as am I. I just had my birthday, too.
Well, there you go. Happy birthday.
Thank you. But besides that, thanks for putting me on deck before the commercial break. It's giving me a chance to warm up, and I'm coming in hot.
Let's hear it.
So you know, I, as a lifelong Giants fan, I was more than optimistic after they made a lot of efforts this offseason with acquisitions of not only players but management, and things were looking good after a couple of mediocre years in a row, and I was excited when they signed the Cy Young winner. It was like, yes, they're going to solidify this starting rotation with Logan Webb, and you know, I couldn't be more disappointed in Blake Snell.
Oh yeah, I think everyone.
If there's one guy that's hurt this team this year, and I mean, it's just maybe bad luck with his injuries or whatever, but and it's not even the contract. It's just the effort they put into it and the placeholder that he takes up. And, you know, it's just like no wins. He hasn't eaten up any innings. He hasn't been past the 4th inning. And it's been absolutely, I mean, I heard you talking about it earlier. To say I feel exactly the way you do. It's just been a nut punch.
Yeah, there's been
one
nothing they've gotten out of it, and it's one of the biggest contracts in terms of average annual value that you will ever see this organization give out, and they've got nothing.
And I mean, I know it's $15 million this year. It's a huge signing bonus down the road in like 2026 or 7 or something, but they do have an opt out after this year, but I hate thinking that way. I want to think that, like, hey, the guy's going to turn it around. He's going to get healthy. I mean, he had 21 wins last year, I think. I mean, if the guy could just have a good second half for this team, you know, with the above-average offense that they have, and if they could solidify this pitching rotation, especially with the way the bullpen's been a pleasant surprise. I didn't think that they were going to amount to much at all. And then, like, this guy's putting up zeros left and right. And I'm like, well, hell yeah. And, you know, I will say this, though, that the Tyler and Taylor experiment, I think it was a little gimmicky to get the two brothers on the same team, maybe sell a few tickets, but one is clearly better than the other. And,
exactly.
Boy,
yeah.
Yeah. but besides that, I mean, some of these other guys have been fantastic, and I'll let you take it from there. Thank you for your time, and go Giants! Come on.
There you go. Thank you for the call, Craig.
Maybe grab another guy at this trade deadline.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what it's all about, is grabbing another guy at this trade deadline, seeing what's possible for this team. Good stuff from Craig. And you know what? I addressed it earlier. I don't think we need to talk about it too much more tonight, really until he comes back. But Blake Snell has got to give the Giants something this season. I mean, you know, we can talk all we want about trade deadline acquisitions, about changes and tweaks the Giants could make, but the reality is they paid someone $31 million this season to produce, and they've got nothing from him. And I think that if he lives up to the caliber pitcher he can be, this second half could be really fun. You pair Logan Webb and Blake Snell in the rotation, all of a sudden you've got a formidable 1-2 punch. Harrison's learning on the job. I still think that he's got a way to go, but he's been good enough for the Giants as a 22-year-old. If you throw Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb in the mix, you can dream a little bit. But the challenge for the Giants is they're maybe dreaming too much. There are so many question marks. There are so many uncertainties. There are so many conundrums and dilemmas, and you wish that, you know, more than a third of the way through the season, those didn't exist, and yet that's exactly where they are. You thought that by spending more money last offseason, they wouldn't find themselves in this spot, and here they are, you know, still in control of their own destiny in a wild card spot, and it's, as I said, a crazy phrase to use this far out, but, you know, they do have the makings of a team that can go on a run. We haven't seen it yet, save for that 2-week period where they beat the Rockies and the Pirates and the Mets and the Phillies, but they do have the makings of a team that with 1 or 2 more pieces and 1 or 2 guys come back from the injured list producing, that can be good. We just haven't seen it yet, and when you get into the middle of June and that's the case, that's a concern. On the other side, I'm going to talk about a positive topic. Talk about why Logan Webb should make his first all-star appearance this year. Pitched well again today, quality start. He's been so consistent over the last year and a half. And while prior performance should not impact who makes the all-star team, I'm going to make the case that for a starting pitcher, you can allow it to influence a selection, and Logan Webb should be on the National League All-Star squad this year. Alex Simon at 7:35. You're listening. KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Giants fans. This is your hub to have your voice heard. SportsPhone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, we are back here on SportsPhone KNBR. Kerry, Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening, about halfway home here on the leader. The Giants win at 5-3 over the Houston Astros today. And one thing we have not touched on in the first 90-ish minutes of this show, Logan Webb and his all-star candidacy. If you remember last year, Logan Webb was left off of the National League All-Star team. And I thought at the time it was a really bad decision. And it was made even worse by the way that Webb finished the season. He was outstanding for the San Francisco Giants. And at the end of the year, his innings total, it really became apparent to everyone how valuable that was, as he was one of the few pitchers in Major League Baseball who went up over 200 innings a season ago, led all pitchers in that regard last year. He ultimately finished with 216. Of course, finishes with the 3.25 ERA, which is really good. But this year, after today's game, he's now thrown 92 and a third innings. The ERA lower than it was a season ago. When he finished last season, he had a 3.25. He finishes today's start against the Houston Astros with a 3.02. So in his prime, Logan Webb continues to get better. And we've had the conversation several times on KNBR in recent weeks. Who represents the San Francisco Giants at the All-Star game at the end of May, before Lamont Wade Jr. got hurt, really before that Memorial Day slide against the Phillies? I thought that he was an odds-on favorite to enter the All-Star game representing the San Francisco Giants. The on-base percentage was soaring, and who knows, if he comes back in a week or so at the Rickwood game, and Andy Baggerly reported earlier today that Wade's seemingly trying to do everything he can to check the boxes that he needs to come back from that injury, that could be possible. It does feel like a stretch to me, but hopefully the Giants have him travel with the ball club for that, because that'd be really fun for Wade to be able to be there. I know it really means a lot to him. But outside of him, I thought that Patrick Bailey had a case. I mean, you look at the National League outfield, and 3 good weeks for Elliot Ramos, and all of a sudden he could be in contention for a spot. That's how bad the outfielders have been this year in the National League. I mean, Ronald Acuna Jr. out for the season, Corbin Carroll not having the year that anyone thought that he might have. Mookie Betts has moved to the infield, and so it just has created a big hole for the National League in the outfield. And Elliot Ramos obviously didn't start the season on a Major League roster, but his average is still up over 300. If he can get that OPS back up over 900, he may have a case. But clearly, to me, after today's start, Logan Webb continues to establish himself as the guy who should represent the San Francisco Giants in the All-Star game. And that's not to say that they won't get 2 or 3 when all is said and done, but he's got, 3 more starts before this is all decided. He's going to have 110 innings by the time this is all decided. And last year, when you saw the National League Cy Young vote bear out, it was Blake Snell who won it because of his 2.25 ERA in San Diego with the Padres, and because of the way that Blake Snell finished the season, he made himself the clear favorite. I think it was 6 or 7 consecutive quality starts at the end of the year where he was going 6 or 7 innings, giving up, I think it was 2 runs in his final 38 innings of the season for the San Diego Padres. But you look at Logan Webb right now, and he's begun to separate himself on the innings list, and that's difficult to do by the All-Star break. But again, he's leading the major leagues, a category he led last year. You're not supposed to let previous seasons dictate who makes the All-Star team, but I think in the case of a starting pitcher, and I think specifically in the case of Logan Webb, where folks around the league have taken notice of the value that he provides the San Francisco Giants by eating the innings that he does and eating them in quality fashion with the way that he does, that's something to be celebrated. And it's my hope that Logan Webb gets the opportunity to go to the All-Star game this year because of the innings count. The ERA could be a little higher by the time you get there. Wouldn't matter to me. I think he's still deserving of the All-Star nod this year for the San Francisco Giants because of what he has done over the last year and a half. And I know, I just said it, you're not supposed to take into account last year, but by the end of last season, the reason Logan Webb finished second in Cy Young voting was because he led the major league in innings, and other guys like Zach Gallen just didn't stack up in that category. He's separating himself right now. He did it again today. The last time that Logan Webb did not go at least 6 innings was a month ago. He continues to show the value of a workhorse in Major League Baseball. He deserves to be celebrated for that, and I do think that Major League Baseball will take note of that and ultimately make Logan Webb a first-time All-Star. When we come back, Alex Simon of SF Gate will join me talking Giants baseball. We'll also begin to celebrate the life of Jerry West, who, of course, passed away today at the age of 86. We'll spend a lot of time talking West in the 8 o'clock hour this evening. I'm Kerry Crowley. You're listening. SportsPhone KNBR, KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
This is where we feed the faithful. SportsPhone, KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
All right, we are back here on SportsPhone, KNBR, Kerry Crowley, rolling with you until 9 o'clock. We are joined now by our friend from SF Gate, the sports editor there, Alex Simon, regular guest on SportsPhone. Whether I'm hosting, whether Bill Lasky's hosting, it's all the same. Friend to us. Alex, how are you this evening?
I'm doing well, Kerry. Thank you so much for having me this evening. You or whoever's on this desk.
Looking forward to this conversation. Let's start with just the nitty-gritty of today's game. The Giants win 5-3. We've talked about it plenty tonight. Logan Webb delivers for this team, does give up the home run to Yordan Alvarez, but they finished this series with another series win. I think I saw Grant Brisbee tweet it's 8 of 11 series that they've won, and yet it doesn't necessarily feel that way. They're still under 500 and still, I think, searching for an identity nearly 70 games through this season.
Well, the key, too, though, winning series is fine, but you the sweeps in either direction make that stand out a little more good or bad. And I don't believe in any of those series the Giants have pulled off a sweep, let alone to get swept by the Yankees in one of the 3 that they lost. Really kind of makes that number not be as great as you would otherwise think it would be. That said, look, the only way that you are going to be in contention is by not losing more than what you're winning. And if you're playing around 500 ball by the trade deadline, the way the National League looks, you're going to still be in the wild card hunt, probably even into mid-September if you're at or around 500. So a game like today, the Astros are a team that is as talented as ever and yet has been underperforming even more than the Giants have. So to take 2 out of 3 from them, to get rolling into what should be a weekend where 2 out of 3 is probably the expectation against the Angels, if not better, this is kind of what the Giants need to be doing to get ready for what would be, what you hope, a pretty interesting stretch to the end of this month and into July.
Yeah, I think maybe my biggest takeaway from today, and it's hard to have a one-game takeaway, but Austin Slater 3 for 5, and he looked comfortable at the plate against Framber Valdez, and that's something that, I think an extended rehab assignment can do for a player. And then Jorge Soler reaches base 4 times, albeit one of them was a ball that, should have been caught and probably would have been caught if it wasn't the daytime at Oracle Park on that pop-up to right field. But these are the players who fans have been all over for their poor production for the first 2.5 months of this season. And if they can get it going, then you might feel a little bit differently about this team's outlook.
It certainly would help. I mean, look, if they're going to be on the roster, and make no mistake, Soler is going to be on the roster. They are not going to DFA him. They're not going to send him to the minors because they can't. And I highly doubt a team's going to trade for him without the Giants doing some significant move back. So he's going to be here, and they clearly are committed to giving Slater as much of a shot as possible for a while here because they know what he can do against lefties. Look at what happened today. Obviously, he's had an incredibly rough start to the season, but I did see an interesting point. I am forgetting who tweeted this, and I should give them the credit, but Slater kind of hinted at the idea that he really needed that time to ramp up because he missed so much time in spring training. He didn't really get the chance to kind of do his full swing progression, but by being on the concussion IL for as long as he did, plus taking the rehab, it basically worked as a second spring training ramp up for him.
Yeah.
But he now feels as healthy as he can. His swing is figured out. He kind of didn't have to learn on the fly and figure himself out during MLB games. So in that regard, if that's the Austin Slater we're getting, we've seen him hit a walk-off already this week, now 3 for 5. I think we're in maybe a shot where he's got to take his opportunities now and absolutely crush them to kind of win the fan base back.
Exactly, because everyone in this fan base, even though Luis Matos had a terrible 2 weeks, I did an entire show last Wednesday night where everyone was calling for Matos to come up. And by the way, I was also calling for Luis Matos to come up, so shows how much I know about roster building. I did want to ask... Oh, go for it.
I was just going to say, Kerry, to be clear, I think it's still something he should be on the roster. I think you can find a way to make this roster work with him here. I think the big key is just this Giants team. We've known these guys, and we know their faults and limitations. And while Matos, being who he is, he's also 22, who would be here for a long time if he stays here. And I think there is a clamoring for a Giants fan base to have somebody that they know is their guy and he's going to be their guy. And when we've seen Matos at his best, he might be one of the better hitters in baseball when he's at his best. Now, we haven't seen that very often, but that weekend against Colorado, we saw it. And I think for Giants fans, that's the exact type of guy they've been clamoring for. So to not have him right now, like, the fan base is very right to be clamoring for that, even if in the immediate moment the Giants are making a move that they think makes sense to them.
Yeah, very well said. And I think that is kind of the Luis Matos debate right now, because he was terrible for 2 weeks, but as he was terrible, he was 5 for 40, which mirrored Austin Slater's 5 for 39 start to the season. Slater going to be a free agent at the end of this year. Giants want someone to build around. So, Alex, let's talk about someone in the outfield who they might be able to build around, and that is Elliot Ramos, who does go 0 for 4 today, but has a sacrifice fly, hitting 305, 888 OPS. But the most interesting element of Elliot Ramos's game right now, Alex, to me, is that he's playing center field and he's actually looking competent there.
I think he's always been, I mean, even back to when they drafted him out of what would be the high school age out of Puerto Rico, like he has always been somebody who has the athleticism. I think they've maybe not necessarily trusted him to handle it, but Oracle Park, like, we do have to realize that this is probably a park where your best outfield defender shouldn't be in center, they should be in right. And so for the Giants, if you can flip that and kind of have Yaz handling right field when you're facing or Slater and be able to still have some competence in center field, I think that makes a ton of sense. And Ramos is looking like he can at least handle it okay. They probably won't need him to do that, going forward for the next 7 years between both Matos and Jung-Hoo Lee. But anytime you can have somebody handle center field, you would assume that they can then move to a corner and handle that with aplomb. And that's certainly an encouraging development if he's been able to handle that as well as he has and continues to.
Alex Simon of SF Gate joining us, sports editor over there, joins us often here on SportsPhone KNBR. Alex, one more Elliot Ramos question for you, and it's this. Kind of had a little bit of a debate going about how much credit you give the front office, this front office, for Elliot Ramos's development, because he was, of course, a draftee under Bobby Evans and John Barr. He was kind of relegated to the back of the depth chart during spring training. He wasn't given a shot during August and September of last year, at least a meaningful shot to earn some serious playing time. And yet this year, due to injury, he's come up and performed. I don't know how much credit I can give Farhan Zaidi for the fact that Elliot Ramos is having a breakout. I think I tend to give, the AAA coaches credit and Ramos himself the most credit for his development.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a statistic to kind of throw at your brain, Kerry, to kind of eat with that, Ramos will basically, by the end of this weekend, have played as many games in the big leagues this year as he has in the previous 2 seasons when he was, called up in the various points. He had played in 34 games. He'll play his 34th game, not Friday, if we assume he's in the lineup Friday, but Saturday or Sunday. So for within that, and let alone, he's already had double the at-bats he's had in previous years. He's playing so much more. It's tough to say where credit goes because even the coaches that are chosen to develop him in AAA are chosen by the front office, right? So as soon as he's been here, you do have to say it's a developmental thing. There's certainly, I think, a question that this is a guy the Giants have known. They drafted him back in 2017. Even, to put that in context, that's a year before Joey Bart, right? So it's not even that he's been here for all that time. I think, it's going to be tough with all of these guys who were absolutely stunted in 2020 that were prospects to do the whole, alternate site thing. I know, Kerry, you were a beat writer on the team that time. Everything about that year was just weird if you weren't on the MLB roster or near it, close enough to be in the taxi squad or whatever. And so it's just tough to know. But, he was hitting decently in Sacramento in 2023 before they brought him up. And it's just tough to say, like, at what point do you think he's ready? They've never given him the runway. And I think last year, I've made this case many a times, I think the Giants did a detriment to their organization to not just make the call last year towards the back half of the season to just let the young guys sink or swim so you just know what you're working with come this year. Now they're kind of having to do that with a couple of them at least at different points. They haven't given it fully to Luciano or Matos, but they've certainly given it to Ramos, and he has taken advantage of it. Even if he slumps a little bit, he's still above 300 average-wise. His OP on-base percentage is 385. His OPS just dipped below 900, but that's high in the league. I think they know that they have something with him, which is what they maybe should have found out even years ago. But they found it out now.
Exactly. I think that's my point is, the Giants had an opportunity to find this out last September, and they simply chose not to. And that's what's probably most frustrating to me is, they could be finding out more about Luis Matos right now. They could be finding out more about other prospects, and they just aren't doing that. But it's great to see Elliot Ramos take off. Look, Brett Wisely, still kind of a prospect age. What's he, 25 and playing shortstop today? Has the home run in last night's ballgame, 317 average. How much are you buying Wisely in his production at the major league level, Alex? And maybe not necessarily as a shortstop, but just as a left-handed hitting infielder who can contribute.
Well, the Giants right now need anybody who can bat left-handed and can contribute at the major league level. So I think he's certainly going to have more of a shot. And look, you can see it in the roster management, right? They've given him a longer run now that he's up here than Tyler Fitzgerald, if only for the platoon ability that Wisely has. Kerry, I think it's just a general idea at this point within baseball that if a guy was at some point a Tampa Bay Ray, that the Rays wanted him, drafted him, acquired him, that there's something here to work with because that team has done such an incredible job of development that it's honestly a boon that the Giants were able to get him at all. And he's producing in a way that would show the pedigree there. He's certainly on the older side relative to what you would think a quote-unquote prospect would be. So is Ramos, though that's more because they haven't given him opportunity. But at this point, if these guys are able to do this, they give you the benefit of both helping you right now, but also guys that you could theoretically see for years to come, which with a lot of the Giants' top-level roster right now, that's not the case. And they need to find guys who are going to be part not just of the team that wins this season, but of the team that's winning 2027 or 2028. Ramos looks like that. I think Wisely's starting to look like it too.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, and he's been a joy to watch, and it certainly wasn't the case last season. It wasn't the case when he first came up this year. I think he started 0 for 7, but then he went on an absolute tear after that. So, Alex, let's talk about one of the foundational pieces. Logan Webb today goes 6 innings, 3 runs, another quality start for him. That ERA sitting at 3.02 on the season. He gets the win today, so he's 6-5. He's an all-star, right? And if he's an all-star, do the Giants get any other all-stars this year?
Ooh, so I am with you that I think Logan Webb at this point, between what he's done in the past, what he's doing this year, I do think it also, for as much as I don't think these stats matter in the grand scheme of things, wins and losses, it's always better to have more wins than losses if you're going to be chosen to be an all-star. But I think people are recognizing that there is value in just being the guy that just takes up a chunk of innings. I mean, we're not even to Father's Day, and Webb might be able to touch 100 innings on his next start. He's at 92 1/3 now, after today, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. So to look at a guy who just can churn through innings in an era where guys are doing the exact opposite. I mean, Kerry, today's start at 6 innings. Do you know the last time Logan didn't go longer than that? It's been a few weeks now since he had a start that was less than 6 innings, all the way back to that start in Philadelphia. He's at this point as close to a guarantee to get you to 6, maybe even get you through 7, or like he did against the Mets, go all the way through 8. Like, it's kind of a guarantee. And to this team especially, that's incredibly valuable. But I think across baseball, people know that is so valuable right now in this day and age that he's got to be an all-star. Now, anybody else? I think the best shot they had was Lamont Wade Jr. If the reports that I saw today are to be believed, that he's trying to work his way back to play as soon as next week in the Rickwood game, even just as a DH. I think Lamont just needs like another 10 games probably to be all-star worthy, but they certainly will get one in Logan. I'm not sure they'll get more than that, but if they're going to get a second, it would be Lamont, I would have to think.
Ironically, like, you look at the National League outfield right now, and outside of Jurickson and Profar, the candidates are just few and far between. I mean, Ronald Acuna Jr., who's perennially a guy, he's out for the season. There's a number of different slumping players. Elliot Ramos with 3 weeks of a tear. I mean, he could put himself in serious consideration.
Yeah, I mean, you could also say, the Dodgers have an outfielder. He's just playing shortstop,
That's true.
You could always just say, Mookie, you're an outfielder still on the All-Star ballot. But, yeah, we know you're playing shortstop this year. And that's part of it, too, I think, in all of baseball right now. You have had some injuries to key guys. You have had some guys in the National League in particular who are going through just some weird slumps at this point, where the guy who actually leads all of the National League in wins above replacement is Ketel Marte, who was abysmal last season, if I recall correctly, for stretches of the year. But he's been solid, but it's not – nobody's playing spectacular that may be Ramos can get lightning hot and all of a sudden be right back in the mix for the All-Star game. But it's just going to be tough for a guy who wasn't even in the majors until May to be convinced to be an All-Star if he's not voted in by the fans, I got to think.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with that. And, you look, and there will be candidates by July 1st, by the time they make these announcements. But right now, it's just it is a ballot that you've had a few good weeks, and all of a sudden, it's like a wild card situation. You're in contention. And speaking of which, Alex, I mean, the Giants are still a game under 500. The National League, as we've discussed so many times on the show, incredibly mediocre. We are now less than 50 days away from the MLB trade deadline. And I don't know how you feel, but I don't have any sense of the direction the Giants will take. I lean, slight buy because they spent so much money this offseason. I don't think that Farhan keeps his job if they sell, but they could do any number of things. They could be buying and selling at this year's deadline.
Yeah, Kerry, I think this is where I hate using cliches, particularly in my writing, but this is one where when a cliche fits, it fits. The Giants went in for a penny during this offseason. I think they just got to go in for a pound at this point. You can't spend the amount of money they did to try to contend this season with all the guys who they gave opt-out deals to, with all the guys that they did, and not say, well, we're going to just keep going for it then. Unless the bottom completely falls out and then you can, sell off the scrap for parts. Like, I got to think they're going to look at the way the situation's set up in the National League, where there is currently, I believe, 5 teams above 500. And say, yeah, you know what, we're going to go ahead and keep going for one of those other spots in the wild card race and then just see what happens. So I have to think they're going to be buyers. Frankly, I would love for them to get hyper aggressive and buy here in June rather than waiting all the way to the last second, as has been Farhan's MO, to try to either buy as low as possible or sell as high as possible on the last day. I would love for them to be willing to be a little aggressive. Maybe you make an overpay, but if Luis Robert is available on the market and they can find an outfield spot for him, and especially if you can get, some short-term cash taken up by the White Sox to pick him up, I would love that move and think that that's the type of aggressive move we haven't seen the Zaidi administration here in San Francisco do the entire time. But I don't expect it to happen, but that's the type of move that would really enthrall me in that way.
I completely agree, and it is exactly the type of move that's been lacking for the better part of 5-6 years now since Farhan Zaidi took over as the president of baseball operations. I mean, you rarely see early season trades, but the Padres showed they could be aggressive in going after Luis Arias in the month of May, very beginning of May. Why not the Giants, knowing that they're all in? So great analysis from Alex Simon. Alex, I'll leave you with this. A sad loss today in the sports world, the Bay Area as well, as Jerry West passes away at the age of 86. Foundational figure in the game of basketball, someone who just had tremendous respect all around the league and, of course, played a role in helping the Warriors build their dynasty, brought in to help assist this front office when Joe Lacob and Peter Guber took over and Bob Myers became the general manager of the organization. Just your thoughts on all that Jerry West has meant to basketball and maybe specifically the Golden State Warriors during his tenure in the Bay Area.
I mean, it doesn't feel hyperbolic and kind of overstating it to say the Warriors dynasty doesn't happen without Jerry West, right? Mm-hmm. You can read all the reports about the things that he encouraged the Warriors to do, drafting Klay Thompson, not trading Klay Thompson for Kevin Love, trading Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut, and just know that this is a guy who helped make so much of this happen. And there's probably even more that we just don't know from the guys who were in there about just the day-to-day conversations. You'll see things of the video actually I saw today in the postgame show on NBC Sports Bay Area. It's just Jerry talking with Klay Thompson in a pregame warm-up. And you have to imagine that there is just so much wisdom that you can pick up as a little nugget from a guy like that certainly changed the Warriors forever. And frankly, I don't think we see the Warriors dynasty without Jerry West being a part of it. And how many franchises in the NBA can say that, good or bad, whether it's good if he was with you or it's bad if he picked your pocket clean, looking at you, Charlotte Hornets, who traded Kobe Bryant away to Jerry West with the Lakers all the way back in the 90s. So this is literally the person who they, quote unquote, based the logo around, even though the NBA will never fully admit that themselves, that I think, it's impossible to understate how cataclysmic this person has been in the basketball world. He certainly missed, but when you make an impact like that, that doesn't die when you pass away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is extremely well said, and we'll continue to touch on Jerry West's incredible life, incredible legacy, and incredible tenure with the Warriors as well later on in this evening's show. Alex Simon of SF Gate, always appreciate your perspective, your thoughts on the Giants and Bay Area sports at large. Thank you so much for joining us here on SportsPhone KNBR.
Anytime, Kerry. Happy to do it.
All right, more coming up next. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. SportsPhone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, we are back here on SportsPhone KNBR. Kerry, Crowley hanging out with you a little bit longer until 9 o'clock this evening. Of course, the Giants won 5-3 earlier today. Thanks for everyone for dialing in, talking Giants baseball this evening here on The Leader. It's time to change gears a little bit and talk about a different subject, something that was top of mind atop the sports world today, and that is the passing of legendary basketball player, executive, and figure Jerry West. Jerry West passes away at the age of 86 today. A life well lived, a life where he made such a profound impact on so many different people. And here to help us break it down, one of our great producers at KNBR. You hear him all the time on SportsPhone and with JD on Dubs OT, Greg Silver. Greg, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely, Kerry. You know, I like to come in with a lot of jokes sometimes, but I don't think that'll be the theme today with the passing of Jerry West. Just such an icon. I'm excited to get into it because there are a bunch of incredible things that we will be able to say about him. But yeah, 86 years, what a life, great long life. But anytime the passing of someone that is just kind of has the gravity and the immortality of a Jerry West, it's always going to be a good time for reflection and kind of a tough thing to swallow.
Yeah, absolutely. I was, in this chair a few weeks ago hosting with Tom Tolbert and discussing the passing of Bill Walton, someone who also had, an amazing impact on the basketball world. And Walton, of course, was known for his fun-loving personality, for his love of life that extended well beyond the basketball court. For, he dealt with a lot of injury troubles and really a lot of medical issues in his life because of the toll that the game took on him. And yet he always kept such a positive outlook. And today we think about Jerry West, and we think about someone who maybe pursued excellence better than anyone else, maybe had that competitive edge more so than anyone else in his generation. I think, when we think about Jerry West, Greg, we'll think about someone who throughout his life as a player, as an executive, was just a winner. And that's an incredible thing to say about someone.
Winner puts it really lightly. And I think just it's so cool to look back on what he has been able to accomplish both as a player, as an executive. I mean, hell, he got enshrined into the Hall of Fame 3 different times. He's not a one-time Hall of Famer. He's a 3-time Hall of Famer, which is pretty ridiculous when you just take a step back and ingest that one a little bit. But, yeah, the competitiveness, we just got to hear from Bob Myers on pregame for the NBA Finals, and I was actually listening with Derek Papa in the studio of Bob Myers being on the Woj Pod talking about Jerry West and some of the funny stories and the serious memories that went along with that too. And he's talked about West's competitiveness and how he would push his buttons when they'd be watching a Warrior game together and somebody would sprain their ankle and he'd say like, "Hey Jerry, how long would that take you to come back from? Like a couple weeks maybe?" And then Jerry would get really intense and talk about like playing with a broken nose multiple times and just because he would push his buttons knowing he was that level of competitive. And he put him in the same category as Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan, saying those three were sort of in their own little stratosphere for the type of competitiveness. And I think it's a really interesting chance to point out the difference between loving winning and hating losing. And every great competitor has plenty of both, don't get me wrong, but I think the truly competitive ones. I come from a very competitive family, not Hall of Famers, but, pretty close. And I think, 4 of the 5 of us would say that we would hate losing much more than we love winning. My mom is kind of a rare exception where if her raffle ticket is drawn at some event, that just really fires her up. That's the kind of thing that will make her weak. But someone like Jerry West and just the refusal to lose and the way it would make you sick to your stomach. And there's been all this talk all day long about how he would stay out of the spotlight. And I think a lot of that has to do with he would look probably really nervous and stressed in a lot of situations and took being an executive just as seriously as he did being a player. And I'm sure that being the one finals MVP to have ever won the award in a losing series probably isn't a stamp of pride for him, just because it's a reminder that he couldn't overcome the Celtics for so long. And that happened back in 1969, which was the first year ever that there was such an award as the finals MVP. But kind of really in a strange way, a good time to look back on situations like that because we are halfway through the NBA Finals, and we'll see if Dallas can turn things around, and if the Celtics win, who's going to win that award and what would be the first championship for so many of those players. So, I think to kind of close that thought with Jerry West, you just went to a wedding recently. I just went to a wedding recently. The couple I got to see get married also just had a beautiful baby girl about 9 weeks ago. And you think about kids that are going to grow up today, because we're at the age where we didn't really get to know that much about Jerry West except what was told to him and old clips we can find. And as it goes to the next generation, you're not going to really have a great idea of who Jerry West was, and you're never going to get to live it, right? But he is absolutely someone that falls under the umbrella of true basketball immortality and brilliance, just for what he's done as a player, which alone is immortal, and then what he's done as an executive. And then on top of that, the stories you hear from people in the Golden State Warriors organization or the Clippers or the Grizzlies and the Lakers and teams he helped build up into sort of this Mount Rushmore level of legendary basketball teams. And I think just, the player himself is obviously one thing, but to be a force behind creating teams, I think is a really symbolic measure of the type of player he was, just wanting to win so badly, not caring a whole lot about the individual accolades, and just it's cool that we get to look back on it despite how sad of a day it is.
Yeah, I always feel weird sometimes in this situation. You brought it up because obviously I was not old enough to watch Jerry West play basketball, and really the beginning of his executive career I don't remember all that well because I was still growing up, still learning about the sport, and still taking the game in at a very basic level. But I think you also touched on something, and that is you can't tell the story of basketball without talking about Jerry West. I mean, he is the logo, and he is someone who, obviously had the tremendous impact with the Lakers, but also you can't tell the story of the Golden State Warriors dynasty without talking about Jerry West and the impact that he had on Joe Lacob and Peter Guber, Bob Myers, and Steve Kerr, and of course on specific players, Greg. I mean, Tim Kawakami has done such a sensational job chronicling Jerry West through the years, both for the Mercury News during his tenure with the Warriors, and then of course with the Athletic of late. And his column today on the passing of Jerry West was just outstanding with all the different stories that he put in there. And I think that one of the main things, one of my main takeaways from reading that is Jerry West went up and he scouted Klay Thompson. He said, I know who the Warriors are going to draft, and the Warriors probably don't have Klay Thompson in the draft if they don't have Jerry West advocating for him, and they certainly don't have someone stepping in and stopping a Kevin Love trade if Jerry West doesn't threaten to quit. And I mean, that's just one of the many, many moves that he made in the Warriors organization to ensure that this team would reach its full potential. He was maybe Klay's biggest advocate.
And on top of that, he was also a big part of trading away Monte Ellis to get Andrew Bogut, which was another just huge trade when you look at the history of the Warriors and what led to this level of a dynasty. So, yeah, the Klay Thompson thing is pretty crazy because scouting talent is one thing, which Klay has plenty of, but then scouting the same level of Jerry West-like competitiveness is a whole different thing. And he is just has an A-plus resume when it comes to that. And what makes that really remarkable, too, is you look and there's all these NFL redrafts you see or NBA redrafts 2 or 3 years later and 10 years later. And it's people's full-time jobs to get this right for organizations. And missing is a pretty common thing, especially in something like football or a big first-round pick in basketball. You miss on a first-round pick, it sets your franchise back for a decade or possibly more. You make a trade that counts, and it could fix your team in half a season like we saw with the Dallas Mavericks at the trade deadline. So it's pretty crazy that he was kind of the brains behind an organization that really had not won anything in 4 decades. They were irrelevant. They were cast off. They were a joke. Murph said it on the morning show, which kind of made me laugh, but it was also, there's a lot of truth to that, which is everybody brings up the We Believe team. It was kind of iconic. It was great. It was an awesome representation of Oakland and the refusal to quit. And they were fun and they were going out there and just not giving a damn. But that was also that gets talked about a lot for being an 8th seeded team that pulled one round of an upset and then got bounced in the second round and didn't do anything after that, and then didn't make the playoffs the following year, by the way. So it was just a different kind of standard. And there's a lot of different people that can get credited, like Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. But Jerry West is kind of the force that kept a lot of this intact and allowed the dynasty to sprout to begin with. And that's a little bit of fun revisionist history, too, when you just think about someone that has won so much in their life. If you had the career of a Jerry West, if you had the career of a Kobe Bryant or a Michael Jordan, at some point, wouldn't you just go dip your toes in the sand and enjoy some nice little time off and knowing that you're kind of this immortal figure in one of the games that you love and got to play professionally that probably got you a lot of money and fame? And something about that mindset just makes these people never want to stop and always take on the next challenge. And even at the age of 86, Jerry West was still asking people about basketball moves and in communication with the Clippers organization all the time, trying to be somebody working behind the scenes there. So just a remarkable human and mind. And I think the word brilliant can get tossed around a little bit too loosely sometimes, or the word GOAT, or anything that is just hyperbolic in the age of internet, but it all fits Jerry West perfectly.
Yeah, no, it really does, and what a life he's led. So let's just talk a little bit about this. I think that Jerry West, through his career as a player and specifically as an executive, will be remembered for his boldness and his aggressiveness and his willingness to win at whatever it took to get there. He was someone who did it, and he always had a vision. He always had a plan. I mean, you look at the Lakers teams that he built, and he's arguably the greatest Laker, not just because of his tenure as a player, but because of what he did as an executive in the organization, bringing in the key figures that he did. And so, I think that the Warriors this summer could take a page out of Jerry West's playbook and go bold, Greg. And I don't know exactly what that is. Maybe the bold move is keeping Klay Thompson, who of course was one of Jerry's favorite players. Maybe it's, shaking things up and with a trade. But Jerry was someone who loved having a vision, having a long-term vision, and someone who loved winning. And I think that that's what this Warriors organization is looking to get back to after last year.
Both out of time and just kind of respect for keeping this to Jerry West, I'll probably save a lot of the Warriors-specific, going really in-depth parts of this for the next podcast I do with John Dickinson, which we're planning to record tonight, so won't have to wait too long there. But I will say this. We live very much in a hater kind of culture where if Jerry West won the Finals MVP in today's world and his team lost the finals, people would be all over him for that. And everyone just wants to point to any kind of flaw they can. I mean, Jason Tatum actually had a pretty decent game, too, overall, and Drew Holiday was fantastic, and he got help from his teammates. And all people want to do is just talk about how much he stinks in Jason Kidd's comments. And, I mean, look, if 10 people wanted to comment on this interview and this segment, at least 5 of them would talk about how I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm too young. I'm in over my head. I'm arrogant. They hate type 1 diabetics, et cetera, et cetera. And, maybe it's just kind of the world that we're living in. Even if I walk away and say, no, I thought this was a really good hit. So just certain things that he did, like I look at the greatness of it and not where you could look at, it doesn't count for anything because they didn't win. And hitting a half-court shot to force overtime in an NBA Finals game in a pre-3-point era, by the way, so would have won the game in today's game, but tied it back then and then they lost in overtime. Like, to make a shot like that, that is got to be one of the greatest moments of 99% of players' careers in a game that they would lose anyway. So, I think, relating this back to the Warriors a little bit, in the spirit of Jerry West, I do hope they go bold. And the reason I say that is not because I am looking to create a divide between the older players and the younger players, or I'm loyal to Klay versus it's time to get rid of him. He stinks. It's really that whether it happens in a more gradual phase and you let it down easy, or if it's just kind of like a crash and burn like some dynasties, the Warriors are probably destined to bottom out more or less when you don't have Steph Curry anymore and you don't have Draymond Green and Klay Thompson, and if Steve Kerr decides to move, like there is going to be this semblance of starting over. And that doesn't mean that they're going to be bad for 4 decades again, or that they have no ability to be competitive. But I don't think you can just keep this thing going and be the same level of competitiveness with Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, Trace Jackson Davis, and Brandon Podziemski leading the way, at least not in the next year or two. So I kind of hope that whatever it is the Warriors decide to do, they really do just realize, like, hey, we have some players, and particularly one guy that is no doubter, 100% basketball immortality in Stephen Curry. And we got to do what we can to make the end of his career what it is. And you got to take a swing and you got to go for it. And if they don't make the playoffs, or they make the playoffs and they get out in the first round and they never sniff a conference finals again, well, hey, then you went for it, right? Like, I think that is what the Warriors kind of need to realize. And it's just the picking a direction has been a big theme for both JD and I come this offseason.
Yeah, very well said. And with that, we will continue our discussion of Jerry West later on in tonight's show. I'm going to wrap up the evening talking about Jerry West and his legacy. But, Greg, I want to thank you for joining us this evening. Always appreciate your perspective. And, hey, I think that it's really important that we don't just hear from the folks. We heard from many today who got to know Jerry West extremely well, who got to see him play, who got to experience up close his tenure as an executive with the Lakers, with the Warriors, with the Clippers, with other organizations. You carry on someone's legacy by passing along those stories to the next generation. You're part of that generation, and I hope that we continue telling the story of Jerry West for many, many years to come. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Kerry. And I guess the last thing I'll say is that to have the nickname of Mr. Clutch, I'm not sure how many other nicknames out there could be better than that.
That is extremely true. Mr. Clutch, Jerry West. We'll talk more when we come back. You're listening to SportsPhone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the Sports Leader.
The nighttime is the right time for SportsPhone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, we are back here on SportsPhone KNBR. Kerry, Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening. A reminder that SportsPhone KNBR is presented by Industrial Metal Supply, online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. Folks, the Giants win it today 5-3 over the Houston Astros. They've got the Los Angeles Angels coming to town this weekend. And I mentioned this on last week's show on Wednesday evening, and I mentioned it going out the door in that I think that one of the worst decisions that Rob Manfred and Major League Baseball's owners have made over the last several years. And look, I've been a fan of a lot of the changes. I believe in the pitch clock. I believe in bigger bases. I think that some of these things are good for baseball and that the sport needed to change. But I think that one of the worst decisions that baseball has collectively made is expanding the wild card to 3 teams in each league. I think that, okay, you want to expand it to 2, still not really a fan of that. I loved when baseball's regular season really meant something. I love the fact that after 162 games, only 8 teams would make the playoffs, but I get it. You need that little additional revenue. You need 5 teams from each league. Now it's a circus. It's a circus, and you've got every year teams complaining about the long layoff that they have. You have 84-win teams beating the 105-win teams, and that's not to say that that's not fun. That's not to say that that's not exciting come October, but I don't necessarily think that that's right and that's justified. And I mentioned this at the end of last week's show, and that is we would be having a completely different conversation about the San Francisco Giants right now if we went back to thinking about Major League Baseball under the old rules. If we went back to Major League Baseball having just 1 or even 2 wildcard teams. Because you sit here today and you look at the standings in each league, and the National League in particular has been abysmal this season. In the West, you've got the Dodgers, who are, of course, outstanding, have run away with the division. They've got a 7-game lead over the San Diego Padres, who are now up over 500, 2 games over 500, but in control of a wild card spot because they're 2 games over 500. You've got the Phillies, who've had a tremendous season thus far, 46-20. Nothing seems to be able to stop them. JT Realmuto out for a month with an injury right now. Trey Turner has missed a ton of time this season with an injury. They're still 46-20. You've got the Braves, a great team, at 35-29. And then you've got the Milwaukee Brewers, have really been the story of the Central at 40-28. But just about every team after that still has a shot to make the playoffs. And I don't think that should be the case. I don't think that generates a whole lot of excitement, a whole lot of hope about stretch runs in August and September. In fact, I think you get teams who get complacent. I think that you get teams who just continue to say to themselves all season long, if we can just play well for 2 weeks, if we can just play well and get healthy, then we'll be in good position. Then we'll overtake the rest of the teams in our league. And I think that is kind of a loser's mentality. Mentioned it last week, I'll say it again. I don't think it's a great thing for baseball. The San Francisco Giants at 34-35 are in position to compete for a wild card spot. And right now, you look at this team, and it's not far back. It's right there. In fact, they are in possession of that third wild card spot at 34-35. And that, to me, is not a great sign for the health of the sport, and I don't necessarily know what to make of it. You've got the Washington Nationals, who are 31-35, just a game and a half out in the wild card. You've got the Arizona Diamondbacks 32-35, a game out in the wild card. The Cubs 32-35, the Reds 32-35. Theoretically, all of these teams could be trade deadline buyers. Theoretically, one good week, and you're in control of that third wild card spot. And I don't know about you, but I kind of hate that. I kind of hate the fact that now in baseball, we have to celebrate making a decent run for a week, for 2 weeks, and all of a sudden you're talking about a team that is in playoff contention. You're talking about a team that's in playoff position, and the San Francisco Giants, by winning this series against the Astros, are in it. And I think that, you can feel however you want to feel about it. I clearly have made my point about how I feel about this whole situation. But let's for a moment, put aside this conversation about the expanded playoff berth, the expanded postseason, and how, you're going to have 23 teams right now who think of themselves as trade deadline buyers. And let's talk about the reality of the situation, which is the San Francisco Giants spent a ton of money this offseason. They spent the second most money in all of Major League Baseball, bringing in Blake Snell, Matt Chapman, Jorge Soler, and Jung-Hoo Lee, Jordan Hicks. The list goes on. Not all that money has clearly been good money. Obviously, Jung-Hoo Lee's out for the season with a shoulder injury. Not much you can do about that. Blake Snell has been injured since the start of the season, but when he has pitched, he was awful. That's not ideal. You start to think about the different ways the Giants spent their money. Jorge Soler hasn't produced up to par, and we did mention, he got on base 4 times today. Could he be turning a corner? I'll wait and see. I need a good week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks out of Soler to really feel like he has made a difference for this Giants club. Matt Chapman, I think, he's performing okay. There are times when I think that he can carry a ball club, as he did during that week against the Pirates and the Mets. And then there are times this season, particularly during the month of April, where he's dragging down a ball club. And I think for the most part, Chapman has been a positive addition, but still, there's a risk in going into free agency, and the Giants are going to have to encounter even more risk if they're going to accomplish their goal of making the playoffs, because we are now fewer than 50 days away from Major League Baseball's trade deadline, and we're getting there, folks. The Giants are going to be in a position where, because of the money they spent this offseason, and because of the fact that the National League is so mediocre, they should be looking to buy. And I don't think that I would say that in most years. And I think that 34 and 35, it's hard to say what this team is, what its identity is, even 70 games into the season. But because of the situation that they're in, where ownership has spent all this money, and you've got this long playoff drought, and it's been 10 years since you've won a playoff series, it's time to push your chips in. It's time to make a serious move. It's time to stop hanging in the middle. And I would rather see this organization, Farhan Zaidi, Pete Patil in the front office, I would rather see them buy sooner rather than later. I'd rather see them be aggressive at the end of June as opposed to the end of July, so that they give themselves more of a runway to make a move in this National League and to try and get the second wildcard spot, maybe climb all the way up to the first wildcard spot if the Braves continue to fail at the plate, as they've done a lot of this season. But history tells us that Farhan will wait until the final 2 days. He will wait until the final 48 hours. He'll wait until the final 24 hours. And then, by the way, he'll sneak in a trade with about 10 seconds to go before the deadline, probably swapping someone in the minor league system with a Tampa Bay Rays minor leaguer, because that's how they got Brett Wisely a few trade deadlines ago. They find creative ways to do that, and I wish that they didn't. I wish that they didn't have to wait all this time, but I think that they are afforded that luxury because mediocrity reigns supreme in baseball. And all you have to do is win 84 games, and suddenly you can find yourself in a World Series, as the Diamondbacks were last year. You can find yourself winning a pennant. And so these general managers wait until the last possible moment to make their move, because they want to be absolutely sure that they're giving up prospects for a winning cause, when in reality, a few years ago, the Giants already would have had to have made trades if they wanted to be in this thing. They would have already had to be more aggressive. And now they'll sit back, they'll say Robbie Ray, Alex Cobb are our trade deadline additions, and I'm not necessarily worried about the rotation. But I do think, with the way that the Giants spent money this offseason, and with the fact that there is this long playoff drought, folks, they need to be aggressive. And I don't know that I've said this before, I don't know that I would always call for them to be aggressive when they're 34 and 35, but I think that you consider the context of their situation. You look at the big picture reality of where the sport is and what 1 or 2 meaningful additions would do for this ball club, and I think you can make a really compelling case that they should have a big vision and a big, bold vision at that for the upcoming trade deadline. And I've referenced his work a lot on tonight's show, in part because of all he's written about Jerry West. But earlier this week, Tim Kawakami wrote a column about the Giants and Mike Trout, and about how, as the Angels come up to the Bay Area this week, this could be the year where Mike Trout becomes available, and understanding how difficult it's been for the Giants to add a big ticket item, a big ticket player, I should say, through free agency, a trade might be the best possible way to acquire a superstar. And maybe the back half of Trout's career will be as injury-riddled as the last 4 years have been. Maybe he'll never recapture the Hall of Fame form that he showed during the first 7-8 years of his career with the Angels. Maybe playing for a mediocre organization is what Trout is destined to do for his entire baseball lifetime. But you can make far less compelling cases to go out and get other players than you can for Mike Trout, because you understand the ceiling with him. You understand that when he's at his best, few baseball players compare. And you can understand that while the Giants might have to give up some prospects to get Mike Trout, he's also owed $200+ million by Artie Moreno and the Angels. And that's an organization that's headed nowhere fast. That's an organization that, let's check the standings here, 25-41 entering tonight's ball game against the Arizona Diamondbacks. They are headed nowhere fast. Mike Trout rejoining that lineup is not going to turn them into a contender. And by the way, they won't contend for the next few seasons either. And so if you're Artie Moreno, you've watched Shohei Ohtani walk out of town, in all likelihood, it's going to be 1 or 2 more seasons before Mike Trout reassesses his situation, asks if he can go somewhere else. And if the Giants preemptively try to make this move this summer, as Tim Kawakami suggested they should, I am on board with it. I think that you look at the players on the trade market right now. There's a few in Chicago with the White Sox, Eloy Jimenez, Luis Robert. Okay, they're both having subpar seasons. You look at the other teams that might be willing to trade at this year's deadline. The Tampa Bay Rays, Randy Arozarena, subpar season. The Miami Marlins, they don't have anyone really who I think could make the Giants better. The Colorado Rockies, they're 20 games under 500, but they're not trading the long-term pieces like Ryan McMahon, who they've signed. There just aren't that many players who will be available at this year's deadline because you've got 20 to 22 teams who feel like they could be in it. You've got 20 to 22 teams who absolutely 100% think that with a good week or two, you can be in a playoff spot. And it's both bad for baseball and good for the Giants if that's the situation, because I think that marginal upgrades at this year's deadline, like those that could be available by way of trading with the Rockies, the Marlins, the White Sox, the A's, they won't necessarily make the Giants better. But what will make this team better, what 100%, in my opinion, if he's healthy, of course, would make the Giants a much more legitimate threat if they were to get to October, is adding Mike Trout. And it takes two to tango. The Angels may not want to do the deal. Artie Moreno may have too much pride. He may want to keep Trout in that Angels uniform throughout the duration of that contract. He may say the contract's worth it because we know what he can be when he's at his best. And even at 37 years old, when the Angels might be good again, Trout could be good at that age. He's that talented. He's that much at one point, a once-in-a-generation player. Now he's looking like, just an incredible talent for his generation, whose career has been ruined by injury, at least of late. So if you're the Giants, I completely agree with that sentiment. Make the call. Figure out a way to get that deal done. Include Jorge Soler or Michael Conforto to get that money paid down for part of this season, and include a prospect or two. Maybe it's Matos. Maybe it's Wisenhunt. Maybe it's someone you're uncomfortable with dealing. But recognize this. The Giants have not won a playoff series since 2014. The National League is mediocre and full of teams that are one good week away from taking control of their own destiny. The Giants just did so, and they're not even 500. Now's the time. This is the year. You're probably not going to sign Juan Soto. In fact, you won't sign Juan Soto. So if you want to bring in a top player in baseball, the best way to do it is by trade. I'm Kerry Crowley. When we come back, we'll wrap up this evening's show talking about Jerry West. What a life he lived. Will pay tribute to the logo, Mr. Clutch. On the other side, you're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
We want your reaction, so give us a ring or blow up the text line at 415-808-KNBR. This is SportsPhone KNBR, streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
All right, we are back here on SportsPhone KNBR. Kerry, Crowley, wrapping up this evening's show with you, hanging out until 9 o'clock this evening. The Giants 5-3 winners over the Houston Astros earlier this afternoon at Oracle Park. They take the series, as I pointed out a few times during this show. Grant Brisbee of The Athletic has pointed this out. The Giants have won 8 of their last 11 series. And, you get the sense from the calls and certainly my commentary that things aren't necessarily headed straight up for this team. I don't know that they're distinctly headed in the right direction right now. I think there are still some questions about what they will do at the trade deadline, but we're going to talk about all of that and all of those issues with regard to the San Francisco Giants tomorrow evening here on SportsPhone KNBR. It's always a pleasure talking Giants baseball with you. It's always fun getting into the nitty-gritty details of this team that will play its 70th game of the season on Friday. The Giants off tomorrow after winning this series. They're now 34-35. So I mentioned an underwhelming start to this season. I don't even think that we can say start anymore now that they're 69 games through. I think it's just been underwhelming for the first 2+ months of this year, but there's plenty of time for things to turn around for this Giants team. And as I mentioned so many times on this KNBR show over the past few weeks, the National League is shockingly mediocre. We closed our show last Wednesday talking about how the third wild card is basically an atrocity, and what Rob Manfred and other owners have done to the game, have brought in the third wild card. I just think it's such a bad thing for baseball. We'd be having a completely different conversation about this Giants team, about the NL West race, about a lot of different things in baseball if they didn't expand the playoffs and make things, in their words, more competitive, and in my eyes, less competitive. But again, that's neither here nor there. It's not what I wanted to end this show talking about. Instead, I think we ought to honor the life of an NBA pioneer, a trailblazer, someone who had such a profound impact on the game of basketball, the characters within the sport, and the way that we look at the sport of basketball. And that's Jerry West, who, of course, we've talked with Greg Silver earlier in this hour with, and, of course, we've talked about several times during tonight's show. Just a profound sadness today when I learned the news of Jerry West's passing, and not only because of the imprint that he's had on the Golden State Warriors, on the imprint that he had on their dynasty years, on how he, played a foundational role in helping the organization draft Klay Thompson and made a final phone call to Kevin Durant that Tim Kawakami of The Athletic so eloquently detailed, during his time with the Mercury News and now at The Athletic with the obituary column that he wrote today on Jerry West's passing. And I just think that one of the most amazing things in the world of sports is when a transcendent figure comes along and can be loved across fan bases, can be loved by the vast majority of people that they come in contact with. And Jerry West was certainly that type of guy. And it's not as if he had, the most laid-back demeanor of all time. It's not as if he was just a happy-go-lucky character who was thrilled to be on the main stage. You're talking about one of the most competitive people to ever enter the sport, not just really basketball. You're talking about one of the most competitive people in the mainstream sports landscape in the last 70, 80 years. And I think that's, of course, we discussed this with Greg Silver, but that's what Jerry West will be remembered for. It's winning. It's winning at the highest level. It's winning as a player. It's winning as an executive. It's basically turning everything that he touched into gold, it's such a rare quality, such a rare skill for someone to have. But Jerry West was the rare, unique person who was able to do that. And I think that that's what makes his passing and his loss so profound for the sport of basketball and really for the sports world and our world as a whole. Is there are so few characters like Jerry West in the world. And now the sport of basketball in the span of the last month has lost Bill Walton and Jerry West. And I had the opportunity to get to know Bill a little bit more closely. I crossed paths with Jerry once or twice when I, came back to the Bay Area after college and started working at KNBR back in 2017, going out to Warriors practices and games right at the tail end of Jerry's tenure inside the organization when he went down to Los Angeles to join the Clippers. And it was just clear that everyone in the organization had this level of respect and trust and honored the power that Jerry's words carried. And I think that was really, really special because, I think we're in a world where it's a "what have you done for me lately" kind of mentality among so many people. It's a, hey, you can have 50 great years, but if you don't produce over the final 2, you're going to have people calling for your job. And Jerry West was the type of person who had the respect of everyone inside the Warriors organization. He was a champion for Bob Myers. He was a champion for Klay Thompson. I watched an interview earlier today where Andre Iguodala was talking about, way back in 2015 or so, kind of the impact that Jerry West had on him. And it's just so clear the number of NBA players that he touched, the number of NBA coaches and executives whose career that he impacted. It's beyond anything that we can comprehend here. And so it's important, imperative that we celebrate the life of Jerry West just as we did on the airwaves. I was fortunate to work the show when Bill Walton passed, and obviously I worked with Tom Tolbert that day, and Tolbert knew Bill Walton quite well, and I'd done a little bit of work with Bill as a stats guy on the Pac-12 network. And I think that the main thing that stood out to me about Bill was, just how you get him away from the basketball court and you didn't lose that sense of love for life. And I think that every reflection on Jerry West's life that we've seen today, you get him away from the basketball court, you get him on the phone, and he never lost that competitive edge. And I think that that's really what made him such a special person. It's really been amazing to read and hear all the tributes. I know that we've had a few on the KNBR airwaves today, but there are so few people who have that kind of a profound impact. I think about, the game of baseball today. If you're looking for kind of a guiding light for the sport, someone who, has the respect of all 30 fan bases, someone who, their words would carry weight if they came out and said something. There are so few people in the sport, and Willie Mays is one of them. Willie Mays, the oldest living Hall of Famer. The Giants are going to have the Rickwood game in Alabama next week that I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to talk about here on our airwaves soon. And I think that, you think about the NFL, and the 49ers have had players come through their franchise, Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, obviously some of the titans of the game, but Bill Walsh was certainly someone who everyone loved hearing from. And I think that there are characters throughout the Bay Area sports landscape who have had that type of impact, not just here locally, but on a national scale as well. And Jerry West, I think every Warriors fan was fortunate that he came through the organization when he did, 2011 to 2017, advising the ownership group, advising Bob Myers in the front office and Steve Kerr. And it's really part of what made the beginning of this dynasty so special and what enabled the Warriors to really build a dynasty, because they could have been a one-and-done team or win a few titles and then fall off. But, Jerry West had a vision for the franchise, and he held Joe Lacob and Peter Guber and Bob Myers to a high standard. And I think that that's something else that I've read today. It's really stood out to me is the expectations that when you worked with Jerry West, he was judging you, as Tim Kawakami wrote in his athletic column today, and you were accountable to Jerry, and what he anticipated and expected from you was what he would anticipate and expect from himself. And you think about the game today and the way that sports have evolved, and maybe I'm a little jaded for seeing things as individualistic in the age of social media and the age of highlights and games, and you see the AAU circuit today and how players are playing for themselves more than they are playing for a team. And you think about Jerry West, who not only was a foundational player for some great Lakers teams, but was the architect of some incredible teams, understood what it meant to be a great teammate. I saw one of the tributes from Nick Batum, kind of an NBA journeyman, who came out today and said that Jerry was someone who, when he approached him after he was traded to the Clippers, he said, look, one of the reasons that you're here is because you're such a great teammate, and that's what you're bringing to the organization. And I think that those qualities are so often overlooked. They're certainly overlooked on the airwaves here. I mean, when we talk about the Giants, the Warriors, the 49ers, we're we're always looking at individual skill, and we're always looking at what qualities does this player have that he brings to the table that can help a team win and move forward. And it's very easy to quantify things in terms of numbers. And football, how many rushing yards do you have if you're a running back? How many yards per carry do you have? In basketball, what's your shooting percentage? What's your point per possession? That sort of thing. All the advanced analytics that are floating around the game now. In baseball, I've probably used the term OPS tonight a million times talking about San Francisco Giants players. But, one thing that we don't do enough of, and maybe we'll never have the ability to do, is quantify the unquantifiable and talk about the character and the leadership of people and, the power and accountability that they bring. And Jerry West was one of those players. Obviously, you look at his career, 14 All-Star appearances as a player, 11 times on the All-NBA team, I believe, and multi-time Hall of Famer. But what really stands out is just the way that people talk about him, the leadership, the vision, the power, and the way that, when he stepped into a room or when he spoke, he commanded everything with his words, and his actions back that up. And it's something to be celebrated. And I'm so sad to see, his loss. And I will say the one silver lining here is that we've gotten to see the outpouring of support for the West family. And, we've had the opportunity to collectively grieve what was an incredible life that Jerry West lived, because this is someone who, as I said, Warriors fans know what he meant to their franchise. Warriors fans understand what he helped bring to the Bay Area when he was a key part of this organization, working alongside Peter Guber and Joe Lacob and Bob Myers. But, the greater basketball world also understands it. And I think that is one of the things that really shines through on a day like today, is that everyone could see the impact that Jerry West, the logo, had on the game. It's hard to make a bigger impact on a day-to-day basis than being the logo for the sport that, of course, we all recognize. And Jerry West was that guy. He is that guy, and his is a life worth celebrating. His career, of course, worth celebrating, and the way that he went about his business in the NBA, just a tremendous, tremendous career as an individual. And I hope that those of you who only know Jerry West through the Showtime HBO series don't judge him as a person through that series, because just about everyone in his life, just about everyone associated with the Lakers has come out and said that the depiction of him in Showtime, which I have not seen, was not accurate in the slightest. It was, of course, a dramatized series, a dramatized character there, and I think that, Jerry West was so much bigger than just a dramatized role in a TV show. He obviously had such a profound impact on multiple organizations over the course of his career, maybe the greatest Laker ever, and that is a team, of course, with a storied history. So today's a sad day for the NBA, and I hate to end the show on a sad note like that, because you never want to leave talking about the loss of someone, the loss of someone so dear to the Bay Area sports community, so dear to the general sports community as well. But today I think that that's a fitting way to go out, is to honor and celebrate the life of Jerry West, and know that, the NBA will move forward with him as the logo. He will forever be celebrated in the sport of basketball, as he should, because he's one of the main reasons that the sport has captured the attention of people all over the world today. He grew its popularity. He grew the Lakers' popularity, turned them into an international brand, and he, of course, turned the Warriors into an international brand as well. What a career, what a life, and we salute Jerry West on our way out this evening. So once again, I am Kerry Crowley. This show is SportsPhone KNBR. I will be back with you tomorrow evening. The Giants are off, but we will have plenty of San Francisco Giants conversations. We'll talk about the Warriors as well, look ahead to their summer decisions, and of course, we'll also touch on some San Francisco 49ers minicamp off-season stuff. Didn't get into the Trent Williams contract stuff tonight. Maybe you're tired of it, but I have not yet given my thoughts on the Trent Williams murmurs that have appeared over the last several weeks. So I want to thank everyone who dialed in to tonight's show, who played a role in helping make this a success. Of course, Raph behind the scenes, Greg Silver behind the scenes, all helping us get home safely this evening. I am Kerry Crowley signing off. You're listening to Sports Zone KNBR on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
This is Giants baseball. Nothing like it.
There's a long drive to right. It's headed for the bay.
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, a Cumulus media station.
Thing you subscribe to, click cancel. It'll take you to a screen. It won't actually cancel you. But sometimes it'll say, I did this for Paramount Plus, too. Because I was paying for that, and they go, what about like $2 for the next 6 months? I go, yeah, sure. I tried it for Netflix, and Netflix is like, all right, see ya, loser.
They are staunch. They will not budge at all.
They don't care. They end up charging you more. You get like a $3 not cancellation fee. It's like, oh my God, okay, I won't mess with you again, oh holy ones. 855-212-4227. I'm Bart Winkler, Stu Kovacs, Marco Belletti on the updates. To go back to this tweet from Christopher, he says, Luka's the biggest whining flopper ever. Well, let's take a listen to Luka and see what he was whining about at the podium after he fouled out with 4+ minutes to go in this game.
Luka, I know elephant hunting is a big part of your guys' offensive strategy. How does it feel from your perspective to kind of be that on Boston's side of things? And what kind of responsibility do you think you can take to improve in that area moving forward?
It's okay. Every time they draw it, basically call a foul. So I try to be better. Gotta get better.
Blake Elliott, 105 through the fan. Luka, just take us through, right here in the middle, just take us through your emotions when you foul out of the game and you see your team trying to fight back into it.
I mean, yeah, we had a good chance. We were close. Just didn't get it. I wish I was out there.
McMahon, ESPN. Luka, what did you think of the whistles that went against you in the fourth quarter?
I mean, I don't know.